Good evening. It's February 6, 2023. The 24th meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. Number one is roll call. All councilors are present this evening, with Councilor Benton attending via Zoom. President Davis will be joining us shortly. Second item is the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance in English. Dan, Councilor Lewis, would you please lead us in that? And the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish, Councilor Sanchez. Thank you. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person or on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or other outbursts during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are respectful of one another. Number 3 are the proclamations and presentations. Councilors Fiebelkorn and Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. So we do have a proclamation tonight recognizing Transit Equity Day. And here to accept that proclamation is, and if you guys will come down when I call your name, Christopher Ramirez with Together for Brothers, Rachel Swanson-Franz with the Wilderness Society, Mackenzie Sanchez with the Wilderness Society, Janice Herrera with the Health Equity Council, Anita Cordova with the ABQ Affordable Housing Coalition, and Althea Alberton, I believe, with Together for Brothers as well. And Councilor Pena will help me out with doing the first part of this proclamation. We're doing it together.
Thank you, Councilor Fiebelkorn. Can everyone hear me? It's on. The green light's on. Are you ready now? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Whereas community access to public transit, education, employment, healthcare, recreation, and other opportunities that promote healthy equity in our communities is a human right, and whereas transit equity is identified as providing safe and secure travel, which promotes mobility and accessibility fairly, enabling all people to participate in society, allowing our most impacted communities who depend on public transit access to transportation they need and deserve, and whereas transit is a human right and public good, and is unequal access to public transit based on age, disability, gender, income, and race have persisted to this day with cuts in public funding for transit and subsequent fare increases in many transit systems. And whereas Rosa Parks, whose birthday is February 4th, 1913, was an iconic figure who played a major role in the historic protest of unequal access and treatment of African Americans and people of color in public transit that ended legal segregation. And
whereas increased community access to public transit and reduction in racial, economic, and other disparities increases opportunities for employment and good jobs, civic participation, and community involvement. And whereas the City and Transit Department continue to focus on racial, economic, and other inequalities in access to public transit and the need for free and accessible transit, previously recognizing Rosa Parks' birthday and transit equity with free buses, a mayoral proclamation, and piloting zero fares with free art, ABQ Ride, and Sun Vans. And whereas transitioning our transportation system from personal vehicle dependence to sustainable, renewable energy public transit is key to achieving the goals of the city's climate action plan in creating safer streets that support an equitable, healthier, and cleaner world. And whereas the City of Albuquerque supports evidence-based policymaking and pursuing additional funding for public transit from the state of New Mexico and other resources, including county and federal government, to support transit equity, including zero fares, and expand frequency and routes in transit-dependent communities. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, declares February 4th, 2023 as Transit Equity Day and a remembrance of Rosa Parks, acknowledging accessible public transit as a human right. And I don't know who would like to make a few comments, but you're welcome to do that.
To the point where we are with zero fares. And so one of the things we want to do to thank you all is in 2018, our brothers put together this incredible graphic of transportation for all in the 7 languages that they organized: English, Spanish, Dari, Turkish, Arabic, Swahili, and Japanese. So we want to give each of you a reusable bag so that you can commit to not only transit equity, but sustainability as well. So thanks again for recognizing our work in organizing with the city to make transit equity happen.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for all of your work in this area, and I really look forward to having that bag, and I want to make sure that the proclamation is given. Oh, okay, you have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah. It's very nice. Okay, Councillor Bassan.
Madam Vice Chair, thank you. I would like to invite Paul Smith up if he would like to join us, please. Welcome and thank you for being here. I'm sad to hear of your retirement and excited for you all the same. Whereas the City of Albuquerque would like to honor Paul Smith, who served as the Executive Director of the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta for 26 years, and who played a critical role in transforming the fiesta from a regional event into one that is known worldwide. And whereas Paul Smith graduated from the University of New Mexico School of Law in 1979, served as the AIBF's legal counsel before becoming its executive director, and is still practicing law to this day. And whereas Paul Smith has served in many ballooning offices, including but not limited to President of the Board of Directors at Top Gun, Inc., the North American Balloon Association Corporate Counsel, and Safety Officer at the World Gas Championship. And whereas Paul Smith was instrumental in converting the infamous Balloon Fiesta dirt field to grass, a major improvement for the guests and pilots of Balloon Fiesta. And whereas Paul Smith executed the addition of features to Balloon Fiesta that include the Gondola Club, Chasers Club, Sid Cutter's Pilots Pavilion, and glamping. And whereas Paul Smith incorporated educational tools to introduce community members and visitors to ballooning through the Balloon Discovery Center at the north end of Balloon Fiesta Launch Field and the Fiesta de los Globitos, a miniature mass ascension. And whereas Paul Smith initiated Albuquerque Aloft as a response to the graying of the sport, which was intended to introduce school-age children to hot air ballooning. And whereas Paul Smith served on the Balloon Landing Task Force since 2018, tasked with preserving balloon landing sites in Albuquerque and growing the capacity of the AIBF. And whereas in 2022, Paul Smith received the Balloon Fiesta Heritage Award, and in that same year was inducted into the Balloon Fiesta Hall of Fame. And whereas the City of Albuquerque would like to honor the contributions that he has made to balloonists around the world and the celebration and pride of ballooning culture in Albuquerque, be it proclaimed that this council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby honors Paul Smith's contribution to the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. You are a treasure in our history and in our future, because I still plan on seeing you. So thank you for all that you have done for our community and for the ballooning economy that makes Albuquerque so great in the international realm. Feel free to say a few words if you want to gloat about glamping.
Madam Vice Chairman, Councilor Bassan, it's surprising that they talk about glamping because I was actually opposed to it. I didn't think anyone would pay $500 a night to sleep in a tent out of the park. But I want to thank the council for everything you've done for ballooning and Balloon Fiesta over the years, and hopefully will continue to do in the coming years. Councilor Bassan's landing site task force, I think, is critical to the longevity of Balloon Fiesta at Balloon Fiesta Park. And I encourage you to do everything you can to assist her in finding and preserving landing sites. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do you want a fist bump or shake or whatever we're doing now? It's new. This is a new world that we're doing.
I can remember taking my children when out to the Balloon Fiesta when it had first begun and pushing the strollers through the dirt. And so really, it's so nice to see it grow and evolve, and now it's such a beautiful, wonderful family event that we all have enjoyed so much. So thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see, our next item is a presentation on the annual State of Partnerships Report. Mariah Harrison, the Nonprofit and Philanthropy Coordinator, to present.
Can you hear me all well enough? Wonderful, thank you so much. I want to thank all of you and Council President Davis for my time here this evening. I come to you in a really celebratory feeling. This is my favorite. I will tell you that if there are any particular questions, I have the hard copy in front of me, but I will also be providing the link to you after this, as well as any other helpful links that come up during our discussion. So first and foremost, I am what we call the Nonprofit and Philanthropy Coordinator, and that can mean a lot of things. Primarily, I do work on this project. I am also the staffer for the Volunteer Advisory Board here at the city. And I am the city representative for the Corporate Volunteer Council. I also run our annual United Way campaign, among many other projects that are held within the Civic Engagement Office at the city. Garrett, next slide, please. I do want to point out that one of the reasons we put this report together is because the city is the largest funder of nonprofits in Albuquerque. And it is due to council decisions that allow this funding to get to those most in need. So the way that we organize this report is primarily through receiving data from departments. So you can see in this slide, I broke it down into where we get our information. We always ask our department directors first who we should be speaking to in that department, and they generally refer us to their grant administrators or their analysts to receive the data. We also have a number of partnerships or special projects that are interdepartmental. So we'll reach out to teams of people that might be working on things. That data that's internal is always verified by the finance department. And then additionally, two more things. The One Albuquerque Fund we highlight because we want to be sure that people are aware of what they're doing and how they can get involved, but also we receive information from the fund that highlights its grant making to city departments as well as area organizations that fall under its 5 pillars. The last piece of that slide is a tiny little notation for the New Mexico Association of Grantmakers Economic Impact Report, which was compiled by UNM's Bureau of Business of Economic Research, better known as BEBR. This information highlights how many organizations that we partner with in Albuquerque, specifically under these nonprofit partnerships that employ enough people to, highlight the economic impact of our partners that leads up to the next slide, which is $300 million. And this is just based on the employment of these partners that we work with. So I thought it was important to recognize the nonprofit economic impact. That's the only external data that I want to recognize for this report. Thank you, Garrett. So this third slide, just in general, it has some really beautiful highlights. Again, that $300 million of economic impact that our partners provide to the city. 240 organizations is the number of organizations that each of our city's departments work with as a whole, and that amounts to $63.3 million in fiscal year 21 that was provided to our partners. So at the top of this page, I also want to note that there's a scope of partnerships. The reason it was called the State of Partnerships is because we don't just highlight contracts for fees for services or direct grants. We also recognize memorandums of understanding in the broader scope of the work that we do. And examples of that are like chambers of commerce, some of the intergovernmental agencies, parks, museums, UNM Hospital, for example. Also, the Community Safety Department uses a lot of MOUs as well. The next slide will highlight our COVID funding relief that really supported so many families and businesses in that particular fiscal year. I want to highlight a couple of things. The economic development grants were meant to stimulate economic activity and keep businesses open. And then another really incredible one was the health literacy program that's coordinated by the Office of Equity and Inclusion. This is a multi-agency type of grant, and this is a multi-year grant as well. But the purpose of it is to train community health workers and provide culturally and linguistically appropriate health education around COVID relief and protection. So I also want to note the $12.8 million that was awarded to organizations over that fiscal year for just nonprofits was due in part, thanks very much, to Council appropriating ARPA funds as well as CARES funds, you'll remember. Next slide, please. This is the simplification, the summary of how much these organizations support nonprofits through. Again, it's $63.3 million, just over that. I did a little bit of rounding at the 100 level. So you'll see that the partners is 240, and the total, these are, again, you can't identify MOUs, but this is the grants at 63.351,400. At the very, very top, Arts and Culture and Urban Enhancement Trust Fund has 88 partners listed. This is because they receive some additional funding through CARES for their traditional UETF grants. They also provide sponsorships to multiple artists and organizations over the year from just the Arts and Culture Department. The UETF grants, particularly that year, were incredible because they provided so much project planning for organizations and artists that don't typically receive that money. Next slide, please. And because, as you would have noted, Family and Community Services provides over $53 million in just that fiscal year, it was a huge majority of what we provide to our partners. So we broke it down by their divisions to identify how many partners each of those divisions had partnered with, and how many actual projects. Sometimes you'll see that there are some organizations that have multiple agreements with divisions. So a total of 72 for Family and Community, and again, over $53 million. Just as an example, the Behavioral Health and Wellness Program provides the PATH program. This is a substance use treatment program that's created within area providers. And then The community recreation and educational initiatives, one of those examples is the job mentorship program in 16 APS schools. They also provide over 100 internships for students to take place in city and government and nonprofit agencies. So stepping back just for a minute, the overall report, the chunk of this copy, is really storytelling. These are highlights and examples that the city departments chose to recognize that might have been unique or innovative, either in COVID relief funding or their annual budget. So when I give examples like that, more depth and more details about each of those departmental and division highlights can be found in the report. Next slide, please. Being the second year that we've provided this report, we did want to make sure that we were covering all of our bases and highlighting anything that was of import that came up that year. For example, the Gibson Health Hub and the Metro Redevelopment Agency, the use of their CARES money, and whatever new services were being provided to clients. As we know, the Health Hub is evolving, so there will be more information on that this year as well. And of course, Albuquerque Community Safety is a new department to highlight that year. And again, that's another example of a department that highly utilizes referrals and understandings versus contracts. Next slide, please. So last, looking forward, we're looking at organizing some workshops for our partners or potential partners to help them understand how best to partner with the city. There are a lot of ways that people can do so, but they don't really know how. So I want to be sure that that we're transparent and that we're providing clear links for our requests for proposals, for example, and any other questions that partners might have or potential partners might have in order to work with us. And engaging further also on social to provide those opportunities, but also celebrate things that are in the report, to put it out into the media a little bit more often to highlight the good work. The mapping our connections is actually due directly to Council President David's request last year. There is a map in here that highlights the physical spaces of our partners from the year before, and we're hoping to improve that tool so that it's more interactive, and it can be found on the website so that at any time anybody could see who our partners are working with, at least for the last fiscal year. So again, we're looking to increase our opportunities for nonprofits to work with the city in more and fun and celebratory ways. And I just want to thank you so much for providing time to share these stories. I'm proud of our impact, and I thank you so much for this.
Thank you,
Questions?
Mariah. Counselors, do you have any questions for Mariah?
Excellent. I'm grateful for your time, and I will follow up with some links.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, next on our list agenda is the economic development discussion. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Director Shal Sanchez here, and she's going to do a presentation on the Route 66 Centennial celebration. Director.
Hello. All right. My slide's magically going to appear. Thank you, Vice President Grout and Councilor Pena, for inviting me to speak a little bit about an important initiative. Here we go. So Route 66 Centennial is 3 years away. 3.5 years away. Seems like a long time, but it's a major, major milestone. So thanks to the good work of the council and some appropriations, we're already deep into planning and moving ahead. So I know that City Council, a lot of you know very much about the Centennial, know that it's around the corner because 5 of your districts actually border or include part of Central. But for our community watching, November 11th, 2026 will be the Route 66 Centennial. It turns 100. So a few things to kind of note about this. This was the first paved road to cross all of New Mexico. Albuquerque has the longest urban stretch, 18 miles through our city, and that's across all of Route 66 across the country, so we're pretty proud of that. Route 66 helped define our city, and the corridor, even to this day, is central to our city. It's Central Avenue, so it's a big deal. And it was and continues to be a driver of regional, national, and international tourism. So this is a really important piece of why people come to Albuquerque now, why people came through Albuquerque, how Albuquerque developed, and it's a real opportunity for us. So that's why, I think a lot of you already know, that's why we're already invested in this. So I just want to walk through really quickly some of our focus for 2023, 2024, and 2025. So this is pretty high level today. I know you all have a lot of ideas, and I'm sure not everything is reflected on the slides, but this is just generally what we're doing right now. In 2023, we're really focusing on defining all of the projects, making sure we know what we're doing, where we're pushing forward, and that includes gathering input from stakeholders, integrating existing plans and projects. I mean, some of you may remember there's a very significant Route 66 action plan that the city invested in, and there's several other corridor plans that are related. So there's a lot of work that's already been done, and so we're really digging through these and trying to take out the work that's already happened instead of trying to start all over from the beginning. We're launching the Historic Signs Initiative, and this is something we started in 2022. We actually have completed with a contractor a complete list of existing historic signs that are still in place along Central Avenue, a sense of their current state and their a location and a map and who the property owners are. And then we want to work with those property owners to actually maybe refurbish, redo, reinvest in those signs. So we'll have that report for council in March. So that's right around the corner. We're also collecting assets and content. We have a lot of amazing resources in our museums and in our archives. We're pulling those pieces together along with all of the things that are perhaps out in the community. We're focusing on internal and external communication. So there's a lot of departments, and we'll get to that list in a minute, that are really impacted and have a role to play as we push forward for the Route 66 Centennial. And then there's a lot of external stakeholders. I mean, a lot of what's amazing about Central Avenue are the neighborhoods, are the businesses, are the things that are happening in the community. So we really want to coordinate well with them. And then our big job really over the next 2 to 3 months is to establish really good timelines, milestones, and budgets for all of the things that we want to do, which includes a robust website, again, investing in the historic signs, a promotion campaign, corridor work, and of course, a really exciting and interesting calendar of events. So in addition to the inventory of signs, which we have already completed, we've also started doing stakeholder input, and I'll share a little bit of that, but that's something that's going to continue. And we're also working on our list of projects that are ongoing in the community, because there are community members and nonprofits that are also getting ready for this. So that's 2023. 2024 is design and build, so kind of finish designing and actually start making all the pieces come together. We're going to launch our promotional strategy. We're going to publish our events calendar for 2026. Actually going to publish it in 2024 because we want people to come here when they're visiting Route 66 during the Centennial year. We're going to coordinate, again, all of these things with our Route 66 stakeholders. We're going to launch the Route 66 website next year. And we're going to hopefully be executing and completing sign preservation and major corridor improvements. And then in 2025, next slide, this is where we're delivering on all of these things. We kind of see 2025 as the launch for the celebration. Even though the actual date is November 2026, we want to celebrate all of 2026, but we want to launch our celebration in summer of 2025. That actually gets us a couple of major event seasons to really activate and capitalize on visitors, regional, national, international visitors. And of course, our marketing and national audiences, we need some serious lead time for that to have major impact. Next slide. So I mentioned stakeholders a little bit before. Starting this month, the CAO is called quarterly meetings for all of the departments that are involved in the Route 66 Centennial. And this includes many of your favorites that you have up here almost every week: economic development, municipal development, solid waste, metropolitan redevelopment agency, parks and recreation, planning, transit, and of course, arts and culture. So there's a lot of things we want to see happen to the corridor. There's a lot of plans that are already in place and moving forward. We just want to make sure all of these calendars and the work is coordinated. And then, of course, other important stakeholders: city council, neighborhood associations, our businesses and nonprofits along and throughout the corridor, other affinity groups. There's a lot of Route 66 groups and people that identify in terms of their activities with Route 66. They're historic organizations, both locally, but also regionally and nationally, that we're trying to coordinate with. Historians. There's just a long list of people that love Route 66 and who are working towards the Centennial. So we want to make sure their efforts are supported by the city and also integrated into what we're doing. Next slide, thank you. So we've started some stakeholder feedback, and this has really been a survey and some many one-on-one conversations with retail and business owners up and down the corridor. And we'll have this full report for you also probably in March or April. But we've heard some interesting things, so I'm just going to read a few things that we've heard. Stakeholders are actually generally very excited to talk about the Centennial and big celebrations. They want to honor the unique culture and vibrancy of Albuquerque. They want us to amplify existing programs, what we're doing, but also what they're doing. Engage businesses along Route 66. Preserve Route 66 authenticity and history is paramount. Cars and neon signs come up often. Architecture and historic preservation. Safety concerns must be addressed. They want additional Route 66 queues, signage, and infrastructure. They want to engage younger generations. And then honor and showcase Native American and Hispanic Route 66 history. And then there's conflicting perspective on the celebration theme. There's a lot of people who want to embrace the nostalgia, and there's a whole nother group that want to look to the future. So we will all figure out how to manage and navigate that together. But many people feel like the future of Route 66 is commerce and community, and these are themes that came up a lot in our early conversations. So next slide. So one of the things that is really important to all of this is that it's going to take a lot of stakeholders and partners, and we brought on one of our most important partners early in these conversations, and that is Visit Albuquerque. So I'm going to ask Tanya Armenta, the CEO of Visit ABQ, to come on up here because she's much better equipped to talk about promoting the city nationally and internationally.
Thank you, Director. Good evening, Vice President Grout and members of the council. Pleased to be here to just tag on to the conversation in regards to the Centennial. No doubt this is a really tremendous opportunity for our community. 100 years of Route 66. We know the importance that Route 66 plays in our history, plus in our future as we look to the future for Albuquerque. So I just wanted to quickly highlight a few things. One, we're already talking to travel media about this, so there is already interest both nationally and internationally about the Centennial of Route 66. There are the opportunity from the standpoint of website creation. We've already been meeting with Director Sanchez and her team on the website creation to make sure that it is something that we're really proud of to celebrate Route 66. And again, as she talked about the history, again, looking forward to the future. An opportunity to attract new visitors. So not only for 2026 for the Centennial, but leading up to it, an opportunity for us to be shining a light on Albuquerque and talking, introducing new visitors. There's a tremendous opportunity with this, if done right, to attract attention from significant international travelers. Route 66 has always been appealing to international travelers, so we're looking forward to that, as well as domestic travelers as well. And then bringing people back to Albuquerque if they haven't been back in a while. Lots of folks tell that trip, oh yes, I went to Albuquerque, I drove through there. let's bring those folks to Albuquerque and introduce them to an Albuquerque that they haven't seen in a while. So we're very much looking forward to this. We're honored to be a partner with the city of Albuquerque and with Director Sanchez on this. And just noting why tourism is important and what this opportunity gives us. $2 billion industry for the city of Albuquerque. This is bringing new money to the economy, providing significant, about 44,000 jobs in our community. And something like this gives us an opportunity to build on that, to grow that tourism. And tourism is the first date for economic development. So those people that come to our community can be the next resident or the next business owner in our community. Thank you.
Thank you both. Counselors, do you have any questions?
I have a comment and a question. I think this is awesome. I'm really excited about it. My office is, can you hear me okay? My office is right on Route 66. So I get to see Route 66 every single day. I drive down it 4 or 5 times, sometimes 10 times a day. And I'm on the west end of Route 66, but I also drive up and down just to make sure that I'm moving around Route 66. And I do frequently drive the whole distance. And back when I owned a Harley, I used to do the same thing, just to ride back and forth up and down Route 66. But the thing that disturbs me the most about Route 66 is the amount of dilapidated buildings, closed doors, businesses that have shut down, and it's just so many that we can't even, we can't even count. It's so many. I know that the art project added to that. There is no way to make a left-hand turn. If we're going to be dealing with a Route 66, I think it's really important that we loosen up Central, make areas where we can make more turns, make left turns, so that we can actually build the progress of Route 66, so that when we get to our Centennial, our 100-year celebration, that we can truly establish that event with just about everything opened up on Route 66. And we need to start early. And so right now, I'm hoping that the other counselors agree with me that we need to find a way to make Route 66 more approachable, so that when Route 66 is here, that we have the best bang for our buck. So I'd like to ask all the city councilors, the administration, everybody to find a way, and if it means working around the art project or changing it, I think it's very important that we make it more user-friendly for the businesses, so that we can attract more businesses down there, so that our visitors can come down and actually stay and enjoy Route 66. And we have an opportunity right now, early on, to deal with it. So I hope that everybody is hearing what I'm saying. I think it's very important that we open up Central so that it's a destination here in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a couple of comments. One of them is kind of a small oversight, just that we actually have the only place in the nation where the route, it crosses itself. So we really need to make sure that we highlight that. And then also, if we, just kind of outline and kind of have some plans for those areas too. And I agree with Councilor Sanchez. I think we have a huge opportunity. We're starting early. We're doing all the legwork and the groundwork to get some of these things in place. So I look forward to the continued dialogue, and let's make this best celebration in the nation for the historic route. So thank you, ladies, for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm also very excited about this. Thank you for the timeline. That really puts my thoughts at ease, and know that there's so much planning to do, and I love it already, and I'm excited that you're having quarterly meetings. So I'll look forward to joining those once in a while too. Thank you both. Okay, the next item is our questions, admin questions. And Counselor, are there any questions you'd like to ask? Counselor Rasan?
Madam Vice President, thank you. I have a few questions that I submitted last week, and I'm going to start with, we unanimously approved the CPOA ordinance update, and I am curious why the mayor chose not to sign it. He didn't veto it, which is great, but I'm just curious what happened and why he chose not to sign it.
Madam President, and can you hear me? Madam President and Councilor Bassan, I spoke with the mayor about this and his decision, and the administration basically felt that this process has been really a council process as it relates to CPOA and how the CPOA was going to be restructured. Additionally, as you may recall, we had a couple of amendments that we thought might help strengthen the process a bit, and they were not put on the dais, if you will, for consideration. So as a result of that, of the fact that it really was a council-driven process, the mayor felt, look, this is their work. I will have liked to have had an opportunity to weigh in a bit. It didn't happen, so I think letting it go without my signature acknowledges the work of the council that needs to get done, but also that we would have liked to have had at least some level of participation in that decision-making. But otherwise, it is part of the law, and we're moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Rael. Madam President, I also have a few other follow-up questions regarding the turf that's currently housed in Rio Rancho. And I would like to ask for an update. We had talked about how there were some youth, Albuquerque youth, that were using that turf. And I'm wondering if we have numbers, and I think we do. We got, I mean, but I do for the public, I want to make sure to follow up on that. But how many Albuquerque youth have used the indoor turf located in Rio Rancho that belongs to Albuquerque?
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, I think our Director of Parks and Rec is here so he can answer those questions on your behalf.
Good evening, councilors. Councilor Bassan, I believe the summary figures we provided to the council, I apologize, it took us a little longer to collect that for you, but we did pull together our best information on that. And the summary figures we provided to the council total 14 events that have either been held or are scheduled, and we expect to serve about 1,400 youth total when we've completed all those events. We still have, I believe, 4 scheduled on the calendar.
Madam President and Director, thank you for that. I do want to point out that, hang on, 7 of those events are for the New Mexico Elite All-Stars team, which I think is fabulous, but they are a Rio Rancho cheer team. So I was wondering, like the rest of them, are they, I believe, at least from the website, it says that they're Rio Rancho based. So I'm wondering how many Albuquerque youth, are the rest of these on here Albuquerque youth that we're taking care of and that are using this turf and this location?
Yeah. Councilor, I believe that program is citywide, so they do have children involved from around the metro and multiple age groups in that soccer program. And then with respect to the exact breakdown of Albuquerque youth versus others, I don't have those exact numbers for you, but the preponderance of youth participating in these free events from Albuquerque, and the ones that we also have scheduled are focused on our Albuquerque youth.
Okay, thank you. And I just did a quick search, so thank you for the clarification. I'll dig deeper and double check and educate myself more for the future. How are we getting the Albuquerque youth? Are they just having their families drive them out there, or do we offer services to make sure that they commute out there so that we offer the opportunity to those children here that need to get so far a distance away to utilize that field?
Right. Counselor, we do not offer a transportation service to the facility. I believe mostly families are responsible for bringing their kids to programs, which would be typical for kids also accessing programs within the city. So we don't have a transportation option to any of our other, or most of our other youth practice areas either. It's a great idea to enhance, how we can connect the city better, but I think mostly it's been families providing that transportation, except in the case of a few organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club, which sometimes have a little bit of transportation lift capacity.
Okay. I mean, in my opinion, for the record on that, most of the stuff in the city is in our city too. So to me, I'm like, if we're gonna buy something and put it in another city, it would be lovely if we could figure out a way to transport people from Albuquerque out to use the stuff that we're paying for here. Director, one more question regarding the turf. What is the future plan for this turf? I know that we did get the agreement that the city signed between the Gladiators and the city of Albuquerque and the Rio Rancho facility, but I'm wondering, what is the plan for it once that agreement ends?
Right, so Councilor Bassan, we're, evaluating all options for that. Our intention is to have that field come home to Albuquerque, and that's still very much one of the options we're looking at. So I think it's, we're cognizant of the expiration on the agreement, and we're going to review all options, but our favorite option is to bring it home.
Director, that's my favorite option too. Thank you very much. And then, Madam President, I do have another question, but it's unrelated, so I don't know if Councilor Sanchez
I have
or
a
someone
related
else wants
question.
to.
All right, one moment.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
It's Councilor Lewis and then Councilor Sanchez.
Madam Vice President, thank you. Thank you, Director. So, Director, the funding for the field was a request for the state legislature, Chris. So really, it was initiated by the state legislature. The mayor and a couple state legislators worked on it, but they have to have a municipality to work through. And so my understanding is, so us as the municipality, we paid for the field, and so in the idea is that we would get reimbursed by the state for that field, correct? That was the plan, correct?
Madam Vice Chair, Councilor Lewis, I think you are correct on the first part of that question and statement is that the project was initiated by legislators, and we did agree to be the municipal sponsor for the capital outlay project. We were requested to do that, and I think it's a function the city's done in other circumstances, and we were happy to be the municipal partner for that project. The capital outlay appropriation would normally go through that regular process whereby the municipality does expend money and then seek reimbursement from the state for that amount.
So we sought reimbursement from the state, and we didn't get that, correct?
Madam Vice Chair, Councilor Lewis, we have not received that yet, but I'm still optimistic that we can.
Is there indication that the state is going to pay us for the full amount of the field? My understanding is that, were there some paperwork that was not in order or correct, but what is the next step? What are they asking for? What is the holdup, I guess I would say?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, first of all, I think the city did disagree with the premise of the state's position on the reimbursement, as we feel we've met the terms for reimbursement. However, if one of those things that would increase the confidence, in that would be having the field back in the city, that may be one of those things that changes.
Do you think that might be one of the reasons why they're not reimbursing us for it?
I think that is one of the reasons, yes, sir.
Okay, what are the other reasons?
Madam Vice Chair and Councilor Lewis, I think we have an arrangement there, which is an exchange. So there's a sort of a balancing act there of use versus benefits, and we spelled that out to the state, and I believe that was one thing that they had questions about. But we have a situation there where we made an agreement. It's actually a three-way agreement that benefits all parties.
So when would they reimburse us? When typically would we get reimbursed? This has been about a year or so. It's been typically we would be reimbursed within a month or so.
Well, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, my experience has been we never do quite know when we're going to be reimbursed. Sometimes it occurs rapidly, other times does take a while, depending on the workload up in Santa Fe and things like that. So I think that will depend on when the when the city reopens that conversation with the state.
And do you negotiate that? I mean, is that your responsibility to work with the state to make sure that we're compliant, I guess, with that request? And do you directly work with them, with the person who's making the decision on that?
Madam Vice Chair, Councilor Lewis, that's a team effort in the city, utilizing a variety of departments that interface with the state and
City attorney involved in that?
Councilor, yeah, I think there'd be, more than one department. Our Department of Municipal Developments, often also a lead in our capital outlay work.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Vice President Grout. My question is basically, why in the world do we get into an agreement when we don't even have the ability or the knowledge to know whether we're going to get reimbursed or not? That's something, and now we're asking for forgiveness instead of permission. That's what this is amounting to. So why does the city get us in this kind of a predicament? And who's responsible for making that decision? Is it the mayor? Is it you? Who made the decision in the first place to have our turf be in another city? Who made that decision?
Madam Vice Chair and Councilor Sanchez, I think we went into the arrangement with the belief that this was the right thing to do at the time, so that the citizens, not only of the city, but of the metro area, would benefit from this project right away, and that youth could be able to use this facility right away, rather than not being able to have this kind of asset in the city and in the metro. So with respect to the decision, I think that was, again, a collective decision of the best way to deploy this
And who made that
artificial
decision,
turf.
sir? Who made that decision?
Well, Mr. Councilor Sanchez, I worked on the agreement, so I'm.
Okay, so why would you make an agreement not 100% sure you're going to get a reimbursement? Why would you make an agreement and when you work for this city and you put a turf in another city? Why would you make that agreement?
Madam Vice Chair and Councilor, city did that with the expectation that we would be reimbursed.
Well, isn't there a contract written that says that we will get reimbursed? Or do we have to always hope and pray and plead to make sure that we get the reimbursement? Why can't we do this up front? It seems pretty easy that you make the agreement or write up a contract and we know how everything is going to take place. I mean, we have how many floors full of lawyers in City Hall? I mean, it should be pretty easy to make and do a contract and put it together so that we as the city council can actually understand what the administration is doing in reference to this. So it sounds to me that a deal was made and it wasn't thought out properly, and now we're dealing with ask for forgiveness instead of permission. But somebody should be responsible for it, and I want to know who's responsible.
Madam Vice Chair. Councilor Sanchez, let me just say this. The city handles millions upon millions of dollars of state appropriations on every year. We all are up there right now looking for funds. So I just want to make sure that it's clear to the public and to you, Councilor. 99.9% of those appropriations all work very well, and we all get the benefit of those public dollars that come to our community. Every one of those capital outlay requests has to go to the Department of Finance to get an agreement with the Department of Finance before we are authorized to move forward with the expenditures for projects like this and many other projects. That agreement comes back from the Department of Finance that says basically, yes, we are in agree to move forward to move any of these projects. It's called an NOO, Notice of to Move Forward. We had an NOO with the Department of Finance to move forward on this project. It was only after the project was instituted and after we ran into the issue that we could not find a location to have the turf located, and that we thought we were making a decent opportunity to use the turf, that we were notified by, after our ask for reimbursement, because remember, these are all on a reimbursement basis, that they had some concerns. Now, this appropriation still is available up till 2025, so we do have some time to go back and get our reimbursement. So to the point that Mr. Simon said earlier, we are looking at exploring opportunities to bring that turf back to the city and finding a location for that, so that one particular issue goes away as it relates to whether it's in Bernalillo County. And then the other issue is how do we enter into an arrangement for the use of the turf that meets the requirements, if you will, of the state. So I would say to you that we are not out the money yet. We are in the process of working with the DFA to make that issue work. But I do want to make sure you all can appreciate this. There is millions upon millions of dollars that we work on every day, every year. And you all know that. And the city benefits from that. This is one appropriation that didn't quite work the way we had originally scoped it out, and we're working to rectify it and get it done correctly.
Well, we heard about it after the fact, so that's not a good thing in reference to us as the legislative body of the city of Albuquerque. You know, you said earlier that the council, with reference to the other issue we were just discussing, why is it different? So what needs to happen as well is if this kind of money is going to be spent in another city, I think it's important that all of us councilors know about it. Bottom line, when are we getting the turf back? It's ours. When does it come back?
Thank you, councilors. Just remember to address questions through the chair going
I
forward.
just need him to answer that one question,
Okay.
please.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair and Councilor Sanchez, we are working on that and we are exploring that possibility, but I will certainly work with our Parks Director, and we'll get back with you with a more appropriate date.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
You're welcome.
Madam Vice President?
Yes, Mr.
Just real
Councilman.
quick, so my understanding is that the Gladiators can't come back to Tingley right now. I mean, initially they weren't allowed to because of COVID and all that, but I believe their league is requiring them to have a certain amount of, the Jumbotron and some things that Tingley would need to have, I believe. And so, I mean, ideally, if we can get them to come back to Tingley, and again, I don't think it's the choice of the Gladiators. And by the way, I don't think the Gladiators have done anything wrong here. You know, I mean, this is a great, football club, and it's owned by people in this city, and they really work hard to really create a great product, entertaining product, and serve the community in that way. But I wonder what the city could do to be able to help them get back into Tingley. I don't think it now is the governor's choice anymore. That I think it's now just complying with their league requirements in the facility that they use. And so, if there's some ways, Director, that we might be able to help them to get back into Tingley, and would solve the problem with the field, as well as get that ball club playing in the city of Albuquerque, although Tingley is state-owned, but it is in within the city of Albuquerque limits. So if we can help with that, please let us know.
Well, Madam Chair and Councilor, I just totally agree with you. And, we are in those conversations, dialogue. It's our goal to help this team be back in the city. So we're working directly along those lines. So we will, I think the CAO said, we're happy to keep you and the councilors posted on our progress.
Thank you. I have just a real quick question, too. In the agreement, there is a deal for 50 free tickets to the Gladiator home games. How are those tickets distributed, and who used them?
Madam Vice Chair, those tickets have generally been distributed to, first and foremost, we like to try to get them in the hands of any youth organizations. Secondly, they're made available for some blue-collar staff in the city to utilize to bring their families.
Okay. And then will you be bringing the extension if they do decide to extend the contract memorandum of understanding? Will you bring that to council?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, if an agreement is legally required to go to council, we shall bring it to you, absolutely.
Alrighty. Do you, when you're using the youth of Albuquerque are using our parks for their sports, do you do you alternate parks, the use of those parks so that one park isn't overused in another?
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, we schedule somewhere around 150 of our city park facilities for some type of youth sports practices or competitions. So there's a lot of moving parts there. Not all 150 sites are, like fully utilized all the time. So yes, there is some rotation, although there's a lot of great demand, for the grass, and particularly the best fields that are large enough to accommodate larger teams. So we do try to, I guess you would say, rotate. But I mean, our principal goal is always to keep the turf in good condition. So when we see issues that might arise from use or overuse, we do like to stay ahead of that.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one final question about the list that you gave us of the team or the youth that were using the field out. I noticed that there were 9 days that they used them all in a row. And one of those days was on Thanksgiving. Were 100 kids out there on Thanksgiving?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, I was not there on Thanksgiving, so I didn't. So I mean, these were the days that were scheduled. These are the reports we received on youth participation.
Yeah.
And I like to work up an appetite myself before that meal, so I'm not. I don't think it's unusual for some people to run around in the morning and then go chow down in the afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. I'm very curious about that because I've not ever known for youth activities to be taking place on a Thanksgiving. So I'm very curious about that.
Counselor, I'll just double check the date for you.
Would you do that? I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions, counselors? Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I don't have any other questions for Director Simon, but I do have a couple more questions for Edmund.
Okay, go ahead. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Director. One of the other questions I have is still regarding the Desert Hills property, and I know, Mr. Rael, you and I had kind of discussed it, but I did tell you I was going to ask you tonight, but I am curious. What happens, what are the plans? So the Desert Hills property, the administration is asking for $15 million from the state legislature, and this is a facility that has a whole bunch of ideas, but not necessarily anything that has been planned out with the council or in hardly anything as far as what I understand. So if Albuquerque gets any funding from the state legislature per that $15 million request, what's going to happen with this project?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, first let me have Ms. Pierce is here, and she'll visit with you a little bit about the request and what might be the opportunities for the city if we are successful in getting the funds.
Council President Davis and Councilor Bassan, the request that was put in for that capital money is primarily focusing on affordable housing. And what we hope that I had mentioned when asked before, that if the state were willing to work with us as well as the county, there may be other gaps that could be filled. We know we have other gaps as well. But what our request for that money to the state legislature is focused on affordable housing.
Madam Vice President, Director, thank you. I mean, I'm all for affordable housing. I'm definitely on board with all of that. I'm very concerned and hesitant to get funding for a building and property that has concerns and a lot of ideas, but not necessarily any concrete plans. So that's a lot of money to be asking for, to throw it at the wall and see if it sticks, because that's what it seems like might be the case at this point. So that being said, I'm just sharing my opinion so everyone can hear it out in the universe. I do have one more question that I didn't submit, but I did talk to DC Smathers earlier. Thank you, Director. Madam Vice President, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. DC, so hearing the stories this weekend and the new license plate mission that you all are going to be on with if people do not have license plates on their cars. So I talk with a few people, particularly, you know, in my universe, and they're concerned that why isn't it more than a $25 fine? And so if you can please help us understand that. I imagine that I know the answer, but if you can help clarify that, because I think that if somebody's driving without a license plate and then there's other issues, I think $25 is pretty menial for something like that.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor, President Davis and Ms. Bassan, that is a statutory fine at the discretion of the judge. There's also can be court costs associated with that. But I share your concern that that may not be a motivating enough of an amount of money, but that is the current practice now. That is the fine that is typically assessed.
Madam Vice President and DC, thank you so much. I figured that was going to be the case when I first asked you about it, and I do respect and look forward to the whole broken windows theory and what really this is going after, trying to help the community with safety. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes, thank you. I have a quick question in reference to a story that was put out in reference to the highest paid city employees. And I just wanted to ask in reference to, looks like we have is the fire chief here? Chief Gallegos?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, I don't believe he's here.
Okay.
Apologize, but I can get information to you.
Alrighty. The question that I have is, I know AFR is almost fully staffed. They had another class that they just had move out into the streets. And I'm noticing now that the highest paid, the 7 highest paid people were lieutenants with the fire department, battalion lieutenants, and the PIO. We're looking at a lot of money here. And we know we had controversy at APD in reference to these same type of issues. And I wanted to ask the fire chief what he is doing and what's going on with a fully staffed fire department. Why are we having such a massive amount of overtime within that department?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, let me, I'd like to be able to answer the question, but I just know enough to probably not have more questions asked after I make my response. So I will have the fire chief come or visit with you and with any councilors or even at the next council meeting. I will say that one of the areas that we are experiencing a shortage in the fire department is with certified EMTs. That has been a really a big challenge for the department, and I know that part of that challenge is having to have different units, equipment staffed with overtime, simply just so that we have the EMTs as per our licensure requirements. But let me have the fire chief get back with you and provide that information to you.
Okay, we're seeing battalion lieutenants. I don't know if the battalion lieutenant is in charge of a EMT unit or if he's a higher class than that. I don't know that, so I would definitely like to hear that explanation, because it seems like there's an awful lot of overtime happening in that area.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have a couple of questions for APD, Chief Medina or his somebody.
Good evening, Mr. President and Councilor Gao.
Good evening. First of all, I want to tell you that on Saturday night, I had the pleasure of joining in on watching a DW checkpoint. And I have great things to say. First of all, the officers were magnificent. They were methodical. They were respectful. They were knew their job, and it was just amazing what they did. And the other thing I noticed was that all of the people that they were stopping, they stopped 296 cars. They were able to arrest 5 DWI people, and I watched the process, and I was very impressed. They have the patience of Job, all of those APD officers. But all of those cars, all of those occupants of those cars, they were all respectful as well. So it was really, really nice to see that on both sides. So it was a good experience. I would, I can't wait to watch it again one day. But my question is, how many people are on the mayor's security detail?
I'm going to step aside for 1 second.
President Davis and Councilor Grout, we have 2 full-time members on the mayor's protective detail, and then we have 2 members that perform that as a collateral duty, and then also have additional duties within APD.
Okay. So how often, thank you for that, how often are those 2 additional collateral officers utilized?
Well, that honestly can vary pretty significantly based on if the 2 permanent people are taking any personal benefit time or have other, if they take sick leave, or honestly, sometimes the demands of the mayor's schedule and how many sites might need to be covered or any other particular aspects of providing security. So it can really vary. Obviously, if you had a particular date range or something, I could drill down onto that, but it would vary significantly based on demand and then the personnel who all is available to handle those duties.
Okay, thank you for those questions, or those answers.
Mr.
Yes,
President,
sir.
I'm sorry, Councilor. I might add one particular important aspect of that, and that is, not as the chief said, depending on the duties of the day. As for example, at this very moment, we do have the security detail that is now upstairs monitoring the council meetings. So they monitor all the city council meetings. So as the chief says, if you have an 8-hour day of work with working 8 to 5 with the mayor, and then the others will take the evening shifts like this one, watching these meetings. So they do some of that work as well.
Thank you for that. Okay, now I want to switch gears just a little bit. Who is in charge of recruiting for APD?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, currently I'm the Deputy Chief over the Accountability Bureau, which includes the Training Academy, which now includes the Recruiting and Backgrounds Unit. So within the Recruiting Unit, we do have a lieutenant who oversees the Recruiting and Background section. Then we have a Recruiting Sergeant, and that's who manages the day-to-day operations for recruiting events and anything that we do with hiring.
And what kind of events do you do?
Sure. We did over 190 in 2022, and there's several types of events that we attend. So we do attend high school, college career fairs, college career fairs. We go to military institutions. We go to regular events, like city events that we have. And so there's a variety that run across the gamut for, that we have recruiters at each of the events.
Okay. Do you, how often do you go out to the high schools?
So I looked that up, and we did do a couple of things this last year, one of which for high schools, we went to 24, and then for colleges, we went to around 32.
Okay, very good. I think that's a really great place to look for PSAs, potential PSAs, and that's a good place to start, and then hopefully they would love to join the higher ranks within APD. So, and it would be nice to keep our youngsters here too. So that's one thing that I think would be important. Let's see. How many, okay, now I have a couple more questions. Tell us about the internal affairs process. If an officer is investigated for use of force, how many different divisions does a use of force investigation take on? And then how long does the process usually last?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to our Deputy Director, Zach Cottrell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Davis and Vice President Grout. I'll go into a little detail actually about the internal affairs process and the use of force, because it is actually quite an extensive investigation now. Since that is the crux of what the Department of Justice is here for, we actually do complete investigations now on those instead of just reviews. So once an officer is involved in the use of force, they actually call for an on-duty supervisor to come to the scene. That on-duty supervisor will go, review on-body recording device, talk to the officers, and determine what level of force was used, level 1, 2, or 3. Level 1 is obviously the lowest amount of force that is not expected to cause any injury, transitory pain only, and it's usually something like resisted handcuffing, very, very minor. Level 2 is any force that is likely to cause injury, or intermediate weapons such as a 40-millimeter beanbag or an ECW. And then level 3 is obviously anything that causes serious injury, or a level 2 that occurred when the subject was handcuffed. So once the supervisor does classify it, if it's a level 1, then that supervisor takes over the investigation. If it's a 2 or 3, then they will call an on-call Internal Affairs Force Division detective that will respond to the scene. That detective will then interview the subject of the use of force, if they're willing to talk to them, to get their side of the story, find out exactly what happened. They'll also review any OBRD or talk to any other witnesses that were on scene. The crux of the investigation is then done later. They will schedule interviews with those officers for a later date. They will also review all OBRD of any officers that were on scene, whether they were a witness officer or an involved officer. They'll review all the reports and any other evidence. At the conclusion of all those interviews, they will type up an extensive report, which then goes to a first-line supervisor for review. Once that is reviewed, then it does go to a command level supervisor for an additional review. Once that is done, it is then determined to be in or out of policy. That's the use of force part of the investigation. I know you also asked about officers being disciplined from these uses of force. So throughout that investigation, if they find any potential policy violations, they will submit to Internal Affairs a request for investigation. So out of 484 uses of force that Internal Affairs Force Division did investigate in 2022, there were 86 that did result in some kind of misconduct investigation. Of those 86, 47 did result in a sustained violation. Those sustained violations can range from something minor, from an on-body recording device to conduct, and can range all the way up to an out-of-policy use of force. So they kind of run the entire gambit of what exactly can occur in those use of force cases.
Very good. Thank you for all those numbers. Anything else? No.
You asked also, sorry, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, how long the process takes?
Yep.
Currently, we are averaging 54 days for the first investigation, an additional 15 days for that first line review, and about 3 to 4 days for that command level review. Those timelines were set forth in the stipulated order signed with the Department of Justice. We have actually been bringing those timelines down. We do have 90 days. Right now, our average is just below 80 days for an investigation.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My question is along the same lines. You answered 54 days plus 3 timelines, how long it takes to process the whole thing. What I want to know is how much time the officer is out of field services duty when he has a level 2 or a 3, and how long is the supervisor not able to do his job while we're investigating these calls? Because it seems to me that the officers have a very, very large responsibility outside of the scope of answering calls for service when they're involved in a use of force. So how long are they taken off the streets? Both of those two, the supervisor that's investigating and also the officer that's involved.
President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, obviously we want those officers released back to take calls for service as quickly as possible. Right now on a level 2 or 3, most officers are released back to their full duties within an hour and a half to 2 hours at the very most. On a 2 or 3, a supervisor is released once that detective shows up to the scene. So they have an hour to respond. Usually it's much less than an hour.
so the officer can get back into service within 2 hours?
Yes, sir.
And how about that supervisor, within 2 hours?
President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, usually within an hour, once that detective shows up on scene, that supervisor can go back into service.
Okay, and one more question, Madam Vice President. Okay, based on the fact that you have this going on with the investigation, how long does an officer have to wait that's being investigated for use of force? You said 54 days, and then 3 for the other investigation. So you're telling me that if there's a chance that the officer is basically doing his job kind of in limbo for 57 days before he gets word whether he did it right or didn't?
President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, yes, sir, actually that is correct. They do not get the notice of in or out of policy probably closer to 80 days. So they are waiting for that to come through. It takes about 80 days.
So imagine this, being a police officer and working out there and having to respond to a call that's going to end up in a 2 or 3 incident use of force, and you know that the minute the alert tone goes off as an officer, and now that officer has to wait 80 days under stressful conditions to see whether he was compliant or non-compliant, or if he fell within policy or not. That's an extreme amount of time for the officers to wait and have to deal with that, not knowing the circumstances of what's going to happen to them, especially if you have 86 results of misconduct. That really puts the officer in a really difficult situation. And what are we doing to resolve that time limit so that the officer can know? I mean, literally, you could have a misconduct and you could be 88 days out there trying to do your job as a police officer, but you still have something hanging over your back. And then you get another call like that, and the similar circumstances happens within that 88 days because you've already handled 200 or 300 calls in between that. So we need to find a way to make it less cumbersome, less difficult for the officer to know what's coming his way in reference to dealing with use of force situations. Because back in my day, it was a little more streamlined so that the officer knew that he did it right or he did it wrong, so that he can actually not have to go into his job with already an added stress level. So what are we doing to remove that large administrative burden of the 2 to 3 hours that he has to sit there and deal with the investigation, and then also the 88 days that he has to sit here and wait to see whether he did the job right or did it wrong?
President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, prior to the Department of Justice, we actually did not do use of force investigations. We did a simple review. It basically was a bubble sheet where we captured some data points, and that was about it. I think we owe it to the community that asked the Department of Justice to come here, especially for out of policy uses of force, to do complete investigations. To do those complete investigations, it is taking us 80 days now. I will say the administration has continued to give me resources that has continued to help us lower that timeline down significantly. In the last year, we've gone from close to 90 days down to 80 days. While it doesn't sound like a lot, 10 days is a lot. With the caseload that we have, out of those 484 investigations that they did complete, only 26 were found out of policy. That's a 5% rate is all. So I will say our officers are using force correctly. They are using it when they're supposed to, and they're using the amount of force they're supposed to. But I do think that it's important that we do complete investigations and not sacrifice the quality of the investigation for making it quicker.
I just worry about the officers and that large administrative burden that they have to deal with. And I think somewhere along the line, we need to make some sort of adjustment, either in their pay or how they do this, how they carry on each day, because of the fact it is a large administrative burden. larger than it's ever been. And in order for us to attract any officers to stay on our department, we're going to have to do something about these numbers and about the amount of time that the officers are in limbo. That directly reflects on whether the officers want to work with the Albuquerque Police Department. I understand what you're saying about the time and the investigation. I get that, but we also need to make sure that we're finding ways to streamline the process so that we can get the officers back out on the field, not only back out on the field, but make sure that officers, because they'll hear the word of mouth, no, let's not go to APD because I'm in the middle of an investigation that's going to take me 80 days to find out whether I did it wrong or didn't. And if you have a very small percentage of 5% out of 484, then there's got to be a way to streamline the process to make it easier on the officers, which will, in the end result, actually help officers be retained on the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a couple questions for transit, and then I'll be done. Hi there. I was wondering, who is providing security on the buses? Is it Metro Security or a separate force?
So Deputy Director Paul Rogers can talk about Metro and exactly what they're doing, but in addition to Metro Security, we are also contracted out with two private security firms at the moment. One of them is ADC and the other is Garda-World. ADC is providing us about 7 guards on a regular basis, on a daily basis. They're patrolling the ARC corridor from 2 to 11 p.m. And then we do have about 20 Garda-World guards that are monitoring another additional 8 routes, which are more problematic routes, and our one transit facility, which is the Uptown Transit Center, on a daily basis as well.
And so are they going up and down with the buses, riding the buses too?
Yes, Council President and Councilor Grout, yes, they are specifically on the buses outside of the Uptown Transit Center. They are patrolling that as well, but riding the buses. Okay, they are level 1 security guards, which I believe Mr. Rogers will talk to you about what those different levels mean.
Okay, that would be my next question. And what, if you guys could tell me what level 1, level 2, and level 3 security means on the buses.
Good evening, Mr. President, Councilor Grout. So the state defines by statute level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 is defined, it is the lowest level, and they don't carry any tools. The way the state statute refers to it is they don't carry arms. Level 2, the guards are armed, but not with firearms. So we're talking about taser, chemical spray, baton, those types of things. And again, we're talking state statute. Level 3 guards are armed with a firearm.
Okay, thank you. Have we talked to the bus drivers that we have, how they feel about becoming peace officers? Have you all talked to them at all?
Council President and Councilor Grout, you said bus drivers, did you mean the security officers or?
Or even the bus drivers?
No, ma'am, we haven't talked to the bus drivers. The security officers, we've heard from informally regarding things they've overheard about some expanded duties.
And what have you heard about that?
That any expanded duties need to be correlated to expanded pay.
Okay, very good. That's it. Thank you.
And Council President and Councilor Gurda, I might also add, I had received another question about the level that Metro Security is in relation of the state statute, and that would align with level 2. Our officers do have chemical spray as well as batons.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Davis.
Madam Vice President, thank you, and Chief, thank you for being here. I know Councilor Passan has one more question, but I just want to jump on this point here very briefly. Chief, I'm having a hard time understanding So when we have private security officers that are on our buses, what's the authority they have to enforce our city transportation rules for the bus? What happens if they witness a violation? What are they supposed to do?
Our experience has been that they have been instructed to take initial action and request folks comply if it's a condition that demands their removal from the area, be it a facility, a stop, or a bus. They are that first point of contact if it indeed it is them that has that first point of contact. If they are the first point of contact and encounter some resistance, then they call our folks. Now, it is reasonable in a lot of instances that our folks are the first point of contact. If, regardless of the first point of contact, who up until that point, if the resistance continues, then we have to fall back to the Albuquerque Police Department.
And Madam Vice President and Chief, no, I appreciate that, or Director. But at what point so basically they ask politely for someone to follow the rules, and if they don't, they're not authorized to issue a citation, to issue a criminal trespass or a ban order for a violation like that. They still now have to wait on a police officer to enforce that. Is that what I understand?
Council President and members of the council, yes. They have no enforcement authority.
And Madam Vice President and Mr. Rogers, I appreciate that. That's what I have come to understand, is it's pretty well known that our security staff can't do very much because they ask you nicely and you say, go away, not nicely, and they basically have to. But the city statute does give the administration the authority to empower security officers to enforce those regulations. And so why is the security department not allowed to enforce rules? As far as I understand, it sounds to me like the Metro security, which now includes covering transit and whatever we're calling it, all of those security functions that were consolidated, like, no disrespect to our teenage volunteer lifeguards, but our teenage volunteer lifeguards have as much authority in their facility to tell someone to do something as our security officers who are supposed to back them up. Like, that doesn't seem like a very good escalation strategy. What is the decision for what's the thought process for not giving our security officers the authority to enforce the rules?
Mr. President and members of the council, that is the way it has been historically.
Well, I want to stop you there because that's not going to work, because this council gave the administration the authority 2 budgets ago, Madam Budget Chair, when we consolidated security. The purpose was to have security officers leave city facilities, get out into the community, help APD with those low-level violations by being able to enforce the rules. But what value, you're a security expert, I'm a former officer, we have former police officers, we have lots of us here that have done this. What value is it in having someone be a first responder who has no ability to do anything but take notes?
Mr. President and members of the council, you're correct in your summation. In most cases, the limited authority that the officers have to represent the city is effective. And in most cases, I may also add that if there is some immediate danger to somebody's life or serious injury, our officers do act and can place those folks in restraints, again, summoning APD. There's a number of laws that we have to work within if we look at any expanded authority.
And Madam Vice President, Mr. Rogers, I understand. I hope you'll be here with us later for this discussion. I think you will, and I'm glad you're here. So we can pick this up. I don't want to belabor. We have some other business before our break. But it does concern me a little bit that we don't have that. And I did hear you say that expanded responsibility probably comes with expanded pay, but the administration or the department doesn't oppose paying our security officers for having extra training to perform their duties when they're out in the wilds of our city, not in the confines of our buildings. Like, you wouldn't. That seems like a reasonable expectation if we give them more training, and I think that's what I understood you saying, but I want to be sure.
Mr. President
Mr. Rayo.
If I might.
Yeah, we don't want to do union negotiations here, but I mean,
I
I think
understand.
we don't want to say we want to keep them poor because we don't want to give them the tools to do their job.
I understand that. I think that when we get to the transit discussions, I think we will obviously have a further debate on this. But I do want to make sure we can appreciate the fact that part of the reason for having private security is the challenge that we've had hiring officers. I know you all know that. But, and you, I know in particular know that any law enforcement officer, whether it's a security guard or someone issuing citations, does trigger a whole different other process, and that is a court process, which now requires time for them to go to court and a whole different system. So, we are conscientious of the interest of the council to give them that authority, and we have been talking about that, so I'll be happy to visit with them on that.
And I want to be clear, I'm not trying to be adversarial, Madam Vice President. We've had a very productive conversations in the last few weeks about how to position our metro security, whatever we're calling them now, into the right place to be effective so that when the members of the public need their assistance, they can receive it. My last question, and this relates to private security where my colleague started us and then I'll quit. When our private security officers engage members of the public with some violation, are they doing reports? How are we capturing that data? What's the process for them to give that information back to you as the contract manager?
Mr. President and members of the council, the private contractors are completing reports and we keep tabs with them. Our own process is less than perfect at this time. However, we have laid the foundation moving into the future to, and thank you for your help establishing a communications center.
You beat me to it. That was my next question.
As well as going to a computer-aided dispatch and a records management system that has never been existent. And that was one of our reasons for looking more down the road on deadlines as far as being able to produce statistical data, because we've got about 4 different elements coming together here fairly soon.
Thanks. Mr. Rogers, Madam Vice President, I appreciate it. I don't mean to, I'm not being negative at all. I just want this to work well. I'll tell you, it's the hardest job in the world to be a security officer because you live in that place between being the police and being not, and you really have to have some skills, as you know, to navigate your way through the day and get people to do that. I think they do, our security officers do a fabulous job. We see them do that here every day, and more out in the field. I'm just more and more concerned that as we're asking them to take on more, we ought to be sure that we're resourcing them appropriately. And I think that probably includes some enforcement authority in line with our parking enforcement officers, et cetera, and probably need to retool that. And I think the budget gives us an opportunity to do that, as does this bill. So I look forward to that this evening. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
And Mr. President, members of the council, if I may add, that necessity on part of our security officers, they have become very proficient in talking to folks. And they're very good at it. And in a lot of cases, they know people by first name.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan?
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, I apologize that I have one more question, and I honestly thought someone else was going to ask about it. So I didn't write it down. But we all saw the news story regarding APD and the PIO and Twitter. And we just heard from APD, and thank you, it's about APD. We all saw that, well, I think a lot of people saw it, but we just heard from APD about how we owe it to the community to do complete investigations. That was a quote that we just heard. And so I'm curious because while I actually respect that APD wants to push back a little bit where they feel that it's warranted and defend, and I know the chief said he wants to defend the department, and you know, I think that that's one part of it. But where is the responsibility to have this proper sense of decorum and professionalism? Because I think that some of the comments that, and I don't get on social media, I don't watch it, but what I did see on this news story, I think is demeaning to the public, whether or not that might be the way that the PIO or certain people in APD feel. It just doesn't seem like it's a good representation of the city to be responding that way to the community that is actually the ones that we are all here to serve. So I'm wondering, I understand also that the mayor said in his response that we are going to support, he's going to support APD and the PIO and the chief and what they decide to do, but I think it's really inappropriate. And I'm wondering if this is really going to be tolerated and continue, because I certainly I think it's really sad that this is where we're coming to on social media. It's bringing in the negativity in a bigger way, which is what it's really good at doing. But I don't think that's the way that we should be responding as representatives of the city. So is this going to be allowed to continue in such a fashion?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, first let me just say that it is about really working to ensure that folks out there in the community and in the department, in the city, work collaboratively together to make the best opportunity to improve the city. And certainly APD as a department, as you all know from your constituents, et cetera, is always in the forefront of conversations with lots of folks. And lots of folks pushing pretty hard on the work that they are doing every day. And I will say to you that from time to time, our folks in our department may take this a little bit further than might be required at the time, and so we have had those conversations. But I will say this, that we're working on this issue and ensuring that we appropriately respond in manner that is professional and that is to the point and clear about what the issues are, but also ensuring that we're not making this into a personal discussion that may not be in the best interest of the community as a whole. But you all can certainly appreciate how difficult it is, and the criticisms can be pretty significant. I get those myself, so I bite my tongue. So anyway, thank you for the question.
Oh, you're very welcome. I have a little follow-up, please, Mr. President, Ms. Vice President. I can relate. I get plenty of emails that I really have specific thoughts about, but I've never aired them in my reply. And so to me, to see that that's what we're doing on Twitter as an actual city entity, I think it's really mind-blowing to me. But I want to say one more thing, please, that I am not a fan of more PIOs. I think that we have an excessive amount in this city. However, perhaps it might be time for APD to look at adding another one, or at least a backup, so that there can be some extra oversight, so that if somebody's having a bad day, maybe there's some kind of opportunity to say, maybe you should take this and respond, rather than just taking it and running with it, because I certainly am not very excited and proud to say that that is the response that our city department gives to the community when they are venting their woes, which is what everyone does on social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This also goes along the same lines. The thing that we are treading on, the dangerous area that we're treading, is the fact that when these social media tweets come out and you turn the victim of crime into the bad guy, it sets a precedent, and it reverberates across the whole city, and it makes individuals feel like if I call the police and I report a crime, now I am going to get some sort of backlash from it, from the city. So you know what? Maybe I don't report a crime. Maybe I don't call the police department, because if they don't respond and I get upset and I carry it to my social media and vent there, now I'm going to get a backlash from someone from the Keller administration telling that victim, who is a legitimate victim, that they're doing the wrong thing. I was actually turned into a bad guy when I reported a pistol whipping in front of my office. And I was told that I made too many 911 calls. And so if other people are getting the same thing, then you're going to prevent these individuals from reporting serious crime that's happening in our city. I guess that's what the Keller administration wants to do. Because if they didn't change that, or didn't change the PIO, or don't change the PIO, and continue to let this happen, you are setting a seriously dangerous precedent for the citizens of Albuquerque, and you're going to have individuals who are not going to report crime because they've been turned into the bad guy for reporting that crime. And it's absolutely wrong for that to happen. That has never happened in the whole entire 26 years of my service as a law enforcement officer. Never have I seen anybody make a negative tweet back towards a victim of crime who is just, they don't know our policies and procedures. They're venting because they are a serious victim of crime. They're not doing it because, they're doing it because it's hurt them. It's hurt them monetarily, it's hurt them as victims, it's hurt their families, it's hurt somebody, and they feel that they need to express themselves based on the fact that they're not getting the service that they pay for. And I know the officers are shorthanded. I support the officers. I want to make sure that the officers are getting everything that they need. But it also sets a bad precedent when an officer, what are the officers going to do? Now they're going to emulate that on the streets. What if an officer goes out there and does exactly what the PIO did to a legit victim of crime? You might not see it. I hope you're looking at it in these things, in their cameras. But the thing is we don't want that to happen. Officers are sworn to protect and serve the public. I never have seen anything like this in my whole career as a law enforcement officer. We always listen to the victim and try to do everything we can or could in our power to solve that problem. And that's what the Keller administration needs to do for our citizens of Albuquerque, and also make sure that the officers have the tools to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. Any other questions? All right. Okay, let's move on to the journal. I move approval of the January 18th journal.
Second.
Very good. We have a second by Councilor Bassan. Ms. Hinojos, please call the roll.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Fuglecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Right, that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to communications and introductions.
Madam President, or Councilors, are there any changes to the letter of introduction? To get us started this evening, I'm going to move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 227 on tonight's agenda for action. 227 is a lease agreement between the city and the regents of the UNM on behalf of UNMHSC Community Health Worker Initiatives Program. This requires a 2/3 vote. Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the roll? Actually, we need a second, I guess.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Fuglecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, I also move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 235 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 235 is an authorization of a social service agreement with YDI to provide violence intervention and prevention services to adults engaging in gun violence or violent crimes. Ms. Hinojos, before we do this, do I understand if we do this, then the motion on consent is going to be withdrawal for this? Is that right? Or is it something different?
No, Councilor, this was a replacement.
Replacement. Thank you. That was better for me. Sorry, I was late. Then I need a second, please.
Second.
Ms. Hinojos.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Fuglecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena? Yes. Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilors, I also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing OC 29 on tonight's agenda for action. OC 29 is the appointment of Ms. Diane McDermott as the interim director of the CPOA. Is there a second?
Second.
Multiple seconds. The clerk can pick her favorite and call the roll.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R99 on tonight's agenda for action. R99 is amending the adopted capital improvement program for the city of Albuquerque Aviation Department by transferring funds to existing projects, approving new projects, closing projects, and accepting federal grant funding.
Second.
Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
This passes unanimously.
Councilors Pena and Jones.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R104 on tonight's agenda for action. R104 is approving and authorizing the filing of a grant application for the COVID-19 and influenza vaccine uptake initiative with the National Council on Aging for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
This passes unanimously.
Next up, councilors, I'll make a motion to pull OC 2223 out of the Public Safety Committee and place it on the February 22nd council agenda for action. OC 23 is the 2022 first half CPOA semi-annual report. And we have a couple of these for folks following along because we have a rule amendment that would roll our Public Safety Committee into our FGO committee. And since that has not been populated, we want to keep these bills moving. And so that's what we're doing here on this one. Thank you.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones? Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilor Grout, Madam Vice President.
Mr. President, I make a motion to pull O57 out of the Public Safety Committee and place it on the February 22nd council agenda for action. O57 is adding a new section to Chapter 12, Article 2, the wrongful use of bus stops ordinance to prohibit the misuse of city bus stops and shelters.
Several seconds, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan?
I'm sorry, Councilor Lewis.
We still have a Public Safety Committee?
At the moment, we have not. We didn't populate it when we did our committee assignments, and if the rule amendment passes tonight, it will roll into FGO. But yeah, to FGO, it would delay those bills, and so we thought this would be the quickest way to get them to action.
Gotcha, okay.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
I'm sorry.
Just a question, can we do a show of hands and just, I know we can all see Councilor Benton on the screen. Is that something procedurally that we can do rather than having to go through the roll call and every vote?
Mr. Melendres can answer, but unfortunately during COVID, the Attorney General put out some notices that when a member is not present physically, we have to have a roll call voice vote for each member, so there's no misinterpretation. So
we put that in our rules?
When members are excused or when they're participating remotely, we have to follow that unless the Attorney General updates those rules. It comes from the state, from the Open Meetings Act.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. I'm with you, but I'm sorry. Madam Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion to pull R75 out of the Public Safety Committee and place it on February 22nd council agenda for action. R75 is establishing a tip line program specifically for reporting of illegally used or possessed firearms, adjusting fiscal year 2023 appropriations to support the program.
Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Pena, you want to do the last one? That's yours.
Sure. I move that the rules, thank you, Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing 071 and referring it to Finance and Government Operations. 071 is amending Chapter 7, Article 2, Section 1 of the Transit Ordinance to establish the permanent zero fares on Albuquerque Rapid Transit and zero fare for Sun Van service through the Transit Department qualification process.
Second.
A motion and a second. Clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
Motion and a second. Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Well, folks, just to explain it, thank you, Madam Vice President, for covering our first part of our meeting today. Well done. Folks, here's what I think we're going to try to do today. We've got a fairly lengthy general public comment list and then some action items. I think what we'd like to do here is get through our reports of committees, our announcements, and our consent agenda so that staff from the city that are here just for consent items can go and don't have to wait on us for our break. Then we're going to come back and do public comment and get into our action items for the evening. So for those of you that are signed up for public comment, we'll ask you to stick around with us and come back after the break. And then hopefully we'll let staff get out of here if their consent item is removed. That is not you, Mr. Real. So just for our remote colleagues and for those waiting around, I think that's what we're going to try to do to let everybody have their dinner break so we can come back energized and refreshed, I think. Councilor Sanchez, reports of committees, FGO.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, January 23rd, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC-214 and EC-216, the receipt be noted. In the matter of 0-38, that it be withdrawn by sponsor. In the matter of 061 and 061 and R-91, that they be without recommendation, as amended. In the matter of 063, that it do pass, as substituted. In the matter of 066, that it do pass. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
We have a motion in several seconds. We'll take Councilor Feeblecorn. Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Seeing none, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Counselors, do you have any changes to our consent agenda? For those on consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on our boards and commissions, we do appreciate your service and thank you for your willingness to serve. And Counselor Grout.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselors, at this time, I think we'll, unless there's any objection, I think we'll move to our regular break. We'll try to keep it to about 30 minutes, and then we'll come back to general public comment and get into our action items for the evening. So we'll see you in about 30 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? See, it's on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? See, it's. Can you hear me, Rachel?
Okay, folks, if you're in the chambers, we'll ask you to go ahead and grab a seat or take your conversation out in the hallway. We're going to jump into general public comments. We have all of our counselors are present or are watching remotely, and so we're going to go ahead and get started. As a reminder, we have a few rules for public comment. Members of the public can provide live comments to the council in person or virtually if they signed up for public comment per the instructions published on our agenda and on our website on Friday. Here are the ground rules. Each participant has up to 2 minutes to present. Comments have to be addressed to the counselors through the council president. Any disruptive comment will result in a removal from the meeting. There is a 2-minute time limit, and a bell will ring, or for those of you on Zoom, you'll see that as we get there. There's a timer usually, and if not, somebody will yell at you. And so I will ask Mr. Cornelius, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to call our names. We will remind you that if you're called, please, and you're up next, come on down, just like Price is Right. Get in the batter's box and get ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker this evening is Christopher Ramirez, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening. Good evening, President and councilors. Thanks again for the proclamation for February 4th, Transit Equity Day. Together for Brothers and community partners, including the city, have been organizing since the launch of the National Day of Action and Rosa Parks' birthday since 2019. For more than 5 years, we have worked with most impacted communities to listen to their problems and root causes, as well as their authentic solutions to transit equity. And I appreciate the City Council doing that over the last 4 months as we have considered new zero fares legislation. The proposed changes to O2247 address this, and in addition to the plan to make Sunvan and ARC free, but also for doing some intended research that shows that zero fares works, and also investing in transit security that engages most impacted communities. So just want to also add, recently Together for Brothers participated in a national transit justice advocacy convening in Washington, D.C., where communities across the country have expressed their jealousy of us being the largest city in the country with free transit. So we're looking forward to continue to push for transit equity and getting that zero fares legislation passed tonight. Thank you so much.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Baruch Campos.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Ted Nim. Okay. Speaker words. What could you said? You ran out of my time. Thank you. My name is Ted Niemitzki. I want to speak to people in Albuquerque. If they know or they care how our taxpayers' money being spent by a politician. Years back in the 80s and 90s, we used to say everyone from Washington, D.C. become coming back millionaire. Well, we have millionaires right here. I'm looking at them, city council. They allocated, that used to be 1 million a year spending money. They can spend it, they want it, that's the way they want it. Well, now, so do we have accountability or oversight? No. They say, no, that is legal. Now, let me give you an example. Trudy Jones, about 6 years ago, a lot of money for Filipino farm at Blue Water Lake. Benton restaurant on the Second and Gold restaurant, not existed. And every year Davis for queer and lesbian parade. Well, do you know something? That Planned Parenthood also is managed and runs by Planned Parenthood, managed and run by queer and lesbian. Well, how you like that? Well, who's biggest donor? Planned Parenthood? All private. They don't get any government money. So that's where we at. Yes, we can do something if people get involved in it and go after. That's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Baruch Campos, followed by Ian Yazi. Ian Yazi, followed by Greg Kaufman. Greg Kaufman, followed by Carl Vidal.
Good evening, City Council, President. I'm a small business owner here in Albuquerque, and like a lot of small business owners, I was devastated by COVID and have put everything on the line to rebuild from COVID. I've borrowed a significant money from the Small Business Administration. Without that, I don't think I would still be a small business owner today. I hear my business is short-term vacation rentals. I understand there's a concern in the city, a big concern, a valid concern about affordable housing. And the finger has been pointed at my industry as maybe fault for that. But I can say as my small business, and if tomorrow I turned all my vacation rentals back into apartments, they wouldn't be affordable housing. These are high-end rentals. I put hundreds of thousands of dollars into these, getting them ready. On the average, I have about 2 employees, from cleaners to contractors, that I pay them enough money to live in affordable housing because of that. So every one I would put back on, we would lose 2 people that wouldn't have affordable housing anymore. I want you please to consider that. Consider my workers, consider the time and effort, and maybe consider where we are post-COVID rebuild. That let's not do anything to hurt the small business owners in our city. If anything, let's look at the corporations that are out of state, that take that money and move it right out of state, the profits. All my profits stay here. I have a 7-year-old, a wife, and workers, 10 workers that I consider family. So thank you for your time.
Carl Vidal, followed by Joshua James Lawrence.
Good evening, councilors. I am, Mr. President, I am Carl Vidal. I work in the vacation rental industry, short-term rentals more specifically, because we don't just do vacations. In the morning, I'm going to be sending over an economic impact study to each of you that is based on the Department of New Mexico's tourism economic impact study from 2021, combined with the data from 2022 on AirDNA, Airbnb, and Wheelhouse, which are the largest providers of data there is. Just some highlights of this. There's 2,300 jobs here in Albuquerque that are provided by short-term rentals. Last year, we hosted 431,000 guests amongst the 2,000 homes that are owned by investors in our community, and they're not outside of our community. I'd like to stress that they're people working here and keeping the money here. We had $40 million in direct reservations that went to our owners that they used to further our community. Total of those 431,000 guests, the average overnight spend was $361.61 per person. That brings the total economic impact to Albuquerque to $216 million. That represents 10% of the $2 billion that the Visit ABQ, the CEO Tanya was discussing earlier. We are 10% of that industry. Total taxes for New Mexico, Bernalillo County, and the city of Albuquerque was over $14 million, all right? I'd also like to talk about who stays in our vacation rentals, because it's not tourism. That's a small portion of it. We have actors, Facebook, Intel, contractors, people who are here for health care. I am hosting 2 people right now with cancer. I could go on, but there's huge amounts. Thank you.
Joshua James Lawrence, followed by Tamais Battershell.
Hello, Joshua James, former candidate Bernalillo County Sheriff and candidate for Mayor of New Mexico, or Governor of New Mexico. We're going to talk about some of the things you were just talking about, the Rio Rancho turf. You asked whose responsibility is it? Well, it's yours. You passed it. And that is misappropriation of funds. Same with releasing the party patrol to the sheriff. Also misappropriation of funds. This is why it's important that you know the law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse. 9th Amendment, you do not have the right to interpret the Constitution as you please. 10th Amendment, the federal government only has those powers delegated in the Constitution. Nothing you're doing involves the Constitution whatsoever. Statutes and codes are still all rights guaranteed. You're a cop, you should know this. The mayor is acting as the police chief because the police chief, once appointed, has to be constitutionally bonded in order for him to now hold the powers of police chief. The mayor cannot act in 2 positions. He's the mayor. He cannot act as law enforcement. License plates. Being licensed. The people do not have to contract with MVD whatsoever. The Supreme Court has ruled that the people do not have to be licensed, insured, and plated, registered, so long as they're doing no commerce on the roads. The people do not have to be impeded and should not be impeded in any way, like DWI stops. That is a violation of the People's Bill of Rights. You cannot pass laws or ordinances, which are not laws, that impede the People's Bill of Rights or that violate the People's Bill of Rights, period. And when you do, you're committing a crime. You must know this. And who's gonna hold you accountable? Well, it's our duty. It's the people's duty. Just like it's our duty to form constitutional law enforcement. And we have done that. So know that. God bless.
Tamais Battershell, followed by Diego Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Tomei Battershell. I'm a local business owner, so I'm very aware of being, involved in my community. One of the things that I don't do is speak up, though, and it's hard because I love my state. I love where we're so beautiful in so many ways. Our people, our diversity, but it is hard to hear when we're very ignorant. We're very ignorant in a lot of the things that we speak about, the things that we try to impose. And I just want to say that, coming up here is really hard because public speaking is not my thing. But I care about my community. And the one thing that I can do of impact in my community, especially in my business, is serving others is saying, how can I be there for you today? How can I be here? Because it doesn't matter our belief, our opinions. It's about what we can do to be in our community today and serve. And so, you know, I'm hearing, as Joshua was saying, you know, the things that, yeah, we can learn a lot about. It's hard because it's corrective criticism, it's constructive criticism, it's hard to take in. I deal with it all day long because I'm in the service business. But there's so many things that, you know, and so many people that have studied this law going back generations, and to not be offended, but to say, hey, there's concern and there's people out there that can share and teach, because I'm listening and the things you guys are talking about, you're wanting to impose and you don't have the right to do it. And you're wanting to push, you know, even with public transit or, you know, for security and stuff, they don't have the right to do that. So maybe I'm just coming up here to say, hey, we can work together if we want to, because the divisions, they just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger because of offense of ego and opinion. And so thank you for hearing me. And I just want to say have a good night, but take it into consideration to work more together. Thank you.
Diego Lopez, followed by James Sutton.
President Davis and Vice President Grout and Council, I owned a jewelry manufacturing company here in Albuquerque for 30 years. It was impacted by COVID. Women weren't wearing earrings and jewelry as much, and I lost my business. I took my resources and put them into short-term rentals. I played by your rules. I went and registered everything. I took a risk 2 years ago and sold the family home to buy a home 2 doors down that Pat Davis came to visit because the neighbor would not fix their sewer, and the sewage was running down the street so much that it turned the pavement green. The city just sat on it, didn't do anything. The people that lived in the house that were renting it, the people in Salt Lake City were not interested in helping them. So they moved out because there was sewage in the house. So I sold my family home and I took a chance in buying this house that nobody wanted. It was on the market. No one wanted it. Now I've put in a ton of money into it. It's close to being a short-term rental, and you're pulling the rug out of me, under me again. Government they're out to get me. You know, when I was in 1979, I was 19 years old. My parents were lousy parents. They should never have had children. I, at 19 years old, was kind of corralled into being a door-to-door salesman selling encyclopedias. You talk about not having a home. I didn't ever get to stay in hotels as nice as Motel 6. And you know what? I'm in my 60s. I don't have much time, and you're doing it again. Thank you.
James Sutton, followed by Coy Lee. Coy Lee, followed by Paul Hillman.
Hello, everybody. My name is Coy Lee, and I'm a realtor and MBA, so helping families is my specialty. Short-term rentals are an incredible opportunity for families to provide for themselves, and it is common knowledge that real estate is the #1 way for our citizens to build wealth. And also, I'm a first-generation immigrant. And when I escaped a communist country, I was told the sky was the limit, and this was the land of the free. And now I'm being told these opportunities are being ripped away from us. And the city ban of the short-term rentals will be a detriment to our city, our economy, our tourism, and our citizens. It is curious why the mayor is looking to block families from providing for themselves. So we must follow the money to find why we are being pitted against gigantic hotel industry who has the most to gain with this ban. And these families are just renting out rooms. They're renting out their casitas so they can afford basic needs due to inflation and not being able to work during this pandemic. So why are we entertaining the destruction of these opportunities of the free market and harming economic growth, tax revenues? And passing this legislation will just put thousands of hardworking Americans, such as our cleaners or contractors, out of work. So how does that create more, how does creating more unemployment align with affordable housing? So if the mayor actually and truly cared about housing being more accessible, he would not be targeting short-term rentals for just headlines. He would be helping the homeless, creating jobs, empowering hardworking families to build their business, even entertaining mobile home parks. But that doesn't look good on a headline, does it? In summary, stifling business, harming families, getting rid of millions of dollars in tax revenue, all for headlines is not the American dream that I was promised. The council has done amazing work in expanding multi-family and accessory units, and now we're asking the city council to stop, to help not entertain the virtue signaling and protect our economy, community, and our citizens. Thank you.
Mr. President. Yes, sir, I just wanted to thank you. Go ahead. That's okay. I just wanted to tell you thank you. I couldn't agree with you more, and the gentleman before you. I think people, I think we sometimes forget that, we demonize short-term housing when we forget the fact that this is Albuquerque residents that have investments and have properties, and some of those properties that were maybe deeded to them by family members, grandmother, or generations, and have an opportunity to be able to, for some to be able to lift themselves out of poverty, to create new income. We want to do that. We hope that the city government is a partner in helping the people of this city prosper and do well. I think we forget that, short-term rentals provide a lot of value to the city. I think you're someone who would take very good care of that, because you're competing with other short-term rentals and people that are coming to use your place. And so I found that people make even more investments into those properties. They're even more well taken care of than a place that might be rented out for several years. And I think we could go on and on about all the reasons why.
Yes, sir.
The last thing in the world we would want is for the city government to get into the way of helping families and hardworking people in this city to be able to do well and to prosper. So, I, for one, I'm going to fight for you, and certainly don't believe that this bill is a good idea at all. And I appreciate you coming down here tonight, and others that are coming to speak about this, because you hear about these things on the news, and you're going, what in the world is going on? But you come down here to share a lot of common sense and a lot of good things, and I want to tell you thanks for coming down here.
And thank you for taking care of New Mexicans.
Yes, I got a quick question. I just wanted to ask Mr. Carl Lindell. Did he leave? Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a quick question. If you wouldn't mind sending me those statistics that you read out to us. I've got them written down, but I just want to make sure I have them correct, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, councilors, for letting me talk at the last second here. Though you might not be so thankful after I talk a couple of complaints. I had two questions. I was going to have you give me some input. I decided to go ahead and make the decisions for you. First of all, I would like to make a petition for residents to sign, and like to do that online. And this is for something that I think several of you want, and I've talked to a couple of you, at least one, and it's something that several of you want. So I think that it'd be good to get this done. I talked to the city clerk about this, and as far as getting petitions signed online, she wasn't really sure, and she kind of said, it's up to you guys. So that's why I'm here. I know that I have to collect the same sort of information they collect on a written signature petition, except for the part for the signature. And so hopefully people will sign their name on a piece of paper, take a picture of their cell phone, upload the photo. Signature done. I think that as far as doing signatures online, you guys set the precedence, because the last city council election, you did collect petitions online. So you've already set the precedence for allowing this. And I can print those out in color with the signatures, so I don't see what big difference than a regular written petition. I understand the clerk said that there's big web security, so I understand that, and I'll definitely let the clerk see the website before it even goes live, so they can check the security. It's going to be written by a professional company here in Albuquerque. And I think also once we have all the data, if the clerk will work with us, we can check off, make sure all the people who signed up are registered voters, et cetera, and print them out in order, probably by zip code and then by last name. So it'd be 3/4 of the work for the clerk done. Also, any petitions signed by hand, we'll go ahead and add those names to the database, but we'll still give the written petitions to the clerk, so she'll have them both. Then I think that this really needs to be okayed by you guys because it's time is critical.
Yep, Mr.
And
Hillman.
so I'd like for you guys to okay this, and I'll kind of be the first guinea pig to be done, to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Hillman. Mr. Hillman, let me interrupt you here and say, Mr. Melendrez, would you help us here a little bit, and maybe we have a staffer from the council? I know Mr. Hillman has reached out to a number of councilors trying to get some clarification on the petition rules that we changed last time around elections and whether that applies to other issues. Would you be able to have a constituent staff help him navigate with the clerk about the current rules for public petitions? I don't know that I necessarily support the content, or I would sign it, but I think other folks are interested in how that process would work. And he's had some trouble getting that from the clerk. Could you help us with that?
Mr. President, I understand when I have to have a court hearing, the court says, I have so much evidence, and
Mr.
then I have
Hillman,
60 days to get it done, so I want to have it in line, ready to go when that gets done.
Mr. Hillman, yeah, I understand, and I think what we're asking is to have our staff that worked on those election laws last year about petitions follow up with you and the clerk to get you an answer in writing to your inquiry instead of everybody bouncing you back and forth. And I don't know the answer to the question. I just don't know how it applies there. Certainly not something we can do today, but we'll get you an answer.
Oh, I didn't think it would be
Mr.
done today.
Melendrez is our council director, and he'll help you.
I certainly didn't expect it to be done today, but
We'll
get on the agenda.
Thank you.
We now shift to Zoom, and we have Peggy Norton, followed by Deborah Conger.
North Valley, and none of them comply totally with the IDO for a variety of reasons, either from lack of notification, improper hearing venue, non-compliance with design standards, questionable transportation guidelines, no documentation from decision maker who had left city employee. We are the people who get to look at and live with the consequences of these projects every single day. There is no forum to fix these. I'm concerned that the new administrative review process is only going to exacerbate this situation. Decisions need to be made in a more transparent and accountable manner, not less. Without public meetings, which include discussion and provide decision-making, communication, and documentation that is available to the public, it is difficult to confirm compliance with the IDO. Being told to file an IPRA to obtain a file, including site plans, does not indicate an aura of openness. Interpretation of site plans is difficult for the general public without an explanation of the project details. Post-submittal meetings are a presentation by the applicant and do not include the planning department. There needs to be a forum for communication and discussion of interpretation formerly filled by the DRB hearings. This could be done within the administrative review process, but it is not currently designed this way. This would help create the collaborative community the city often says it wants to create. Thank you for your time.
Deborah Conger, followed by Julie Drakey.
Good evening, President Davis and city councilors. As you all know, the annual process for updating the IDO has started. Some of the proposed amendments, such as increasing the height of walls and fences permissibly, and O2254 regarding changes to R1 zone to allow accessory dwelling units, are controversial. Within some neighborhoods, it almost doesn't matter what these amendments say. That is because the city does not have and never has had, at least not in the last 30 years, enough staff to enforce zoning codes in neighborhoods. The current practice is to rely on neighbors ratting out other neighbors' violations by calling 311. Or in some cases, neighbors ignore the violations even though they do not like them because they feel intimidated. In the late 90s, the zoning manager at the time, when speaking at our neighborhood association meetings, advised people to always report anonymously because offenders often would get aggressive. Either way, this causes resentment among neighbors and leads to degradation of the neighborhoods. I urge the City Council to work to increase code enforcement staff so that they can look for zoning violations proactively. And when reactively responding to 311 reports, they can react in a timely manner, including evenings and weekends. This is because residents often build their own walls, fences, sheds, and additional dwelling units after hours. And violations of things like cars parked in front yards and light trespass violations are not evident when people are at work and during the day. In addition to needing the staff to enforce zoning codes in neighborhoods, the city must also educate people by way of public service announcements and fines. And by the way, as in other cities, fines could be used to help pay for additional staff. I am asking councilors to please increase the budget for staffing code enforcement and for educating the public about the IDO ordinances. Thank you.
Julie Drykey, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
Thank you, Councilor President and councilors. I'm commenting on 02254, also referred to as Housing Forward. I'm concerned about the lack of outreach by the administration regarding massive zoning changes. I don't think this type of change belongs in the annual update to the IDO. Based on the administration's representation of 02254, the proposal comes from work with the development industry, real estate industry, and profit and nonprofit organizations working on housing programs. The administration visited other cities to see what they have done to expand housing. I also understand that they hired out-of-state consultants to work on the proposal. To my knowledge, no neighborhood association, no neighborhood coalition, nor individuals of neighborhood associations were invited to participate in the planning process. This in spite of the clause of the neighborhood recognition ordinance passed last year that in several cases references the importance of neighborhood input in planning, including whereas urban planners and development professionals can sometimes have better access to those holding legislative powers, and administrating this ordinance in the city recognizes the need for constructive interface between neighborhood groups in the city to help address mistrust between neighborhood groups in the city and to help overcome knowledge, access, and experience barriers that could effectively quiet neighborhood voices when engaging urban planners and the city in various planning processes. Having been left out of the planning process, the public outreach has been limited. Most people that I talk to are unaware of the details in 02255 and can't believe that this would move forward with such little public input. Public meetings that I'm aware of and have participated in most, 2 meetings on the hotel motel conversion, 1 evening meeting on 02254, 1 pre-EPC meeting, 2 EPC meetings. If there is a housing crisis, which has developed over the years, the question is, why has there not been a comprehensive outreach plan? I urge you to reject these massive changes to zoning, engage neighborhoods, separate 02254 into parts, and support additional housing that unites the community. Thank you very much.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Jesus Hernandez.
Council, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Council President Davis and City Councilors, thank you, Councilor Grout, for requesting a closer examination of the budget for the Gibson Health Hub, a facility to have crucial programs implemented that needs to be fiscally responsible to help the most people possible. This is especially crucial as the neighbors surrounding the facilities are very concerned because even with just the beginning of services being offered, the police and ACS do not have the capability for addressing encampments that have drastically increased this past year in the surrounding neighborhoods, including behind 7-Eleven. An example of the police challenges in addressing property damage and trespassing concerns at a business near the Gibson Health Hub this past summer, a young female was smashing the front window of the store. The business caught her and stood next to her for 90 minutes waiting for the police to arrive. After 3 calls to 242 cops, they showed up. The officer asked for her ID. She said she didn't have one. He asked for her home address. She refused to give it. Business owner told the officers that she had had drugs, needles, and other drug paraphernalia, which was on the floor when they went out and saw her first. The officer told them that it's for personal use and they couldn't do anything about it. Then they asked her to leave the property and she did so. So what happens next time? There was no arrest, though she broke the window. What's a business to do? My understanding is many businesses, they don't bother reporting because if the police show up, even with violent crimes with shooting. I've lived in this area for over 40 years and seen Wilson Park and the pool stay unsafe despite $1.5 million remodel. What should we do? Thank you, Councilor Grout, for looking into this. And thank you, City Councilors.
Jesus Hernandez, followed by Brian Laurel.
I just wanted to say Zero Fares has made a huge impact, not just me being disabled, but other people that are also disabled. It has made it so much easier for us to get around instead of having to depend on people. How I see it is that it's very useful. It has helped me in so many ways. And I think it should stay that way because it's going to help others to get around easier. And it just makes it better for us to become more independent. Thank you.
Brian Laurel, followed by Rosemary Blanchard. Brian Laurel, can you accept my promotion to panelist, please? Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Rachel Baca.
The host still has my video blocked. So it would be nice if I could smile at you folks while I talk.
We needed to see Rosemary's cat, though. Usually,
You won't, alas, you won't see the cat. I'm in my study, not in my living room, and she doesn't like the back of this chair as much.
I'm sorry to
I'm
hear that,
sorry.
Rosemary. We had 3 counselors say, we want to see your cat. I want you to know we were waiting.
I understand. Well, maybe
Next
if
time.
I end up speaking again on 02247, I can grab her back, but she's her own boss on this. Anyhow, let me get serious here. President Davis, members of the council, my name is Rosemary Blanchard. I reside at 1727 Los Jardines Place Northwest in Albuquerque within Council District 2. I'll have more specific comment when you consider agenda item 02247. As my general comment, I want to thank the councilors. Oh, good heavens, here's a cat. She heard me talking. She's on the arm of it now. I want to thank the councilors who came together across many areas of disagreement to develop the 3rd revised version of 02247 involving transit security and equitable access. While no compromise is perfect, this revision goes a long way to respond to the concerns I raised before you the last time this draft ordinance was being considered. I'm hopeful that the procedures, studies, access provisions included in this revised ordinance will address the real concerns about transit security and at the same time result in strategies for making public transportation attractive, efficient, and reliable for all members of the Albuquerque community who wish to use public transportation, and some who may not wish to use public transportation yet, but could be persuaded if the system becomes more attractive, reliable, safe, and convenient. As someone who went to college in Washington, D.C. Back in the 1960s and returned there as an advocate for the Navajo Nation's Division of Education in the 1980s and for other reasons in the 1990s and later, I have seen D.C. public transit grow both in sophistication in accessibility, and in graciousness, with each of those qualities reinforcing the other. When I returned there after my auto accident in 1988, with my legs still in braces, I was touched by the helpfulness of the civilian staff on both bus lines and subways in encouraging me to get on board. These same welcoming staff were also, by their very presence, making the whole system more safe. And I hope we can do that graciously here in Albuquerque. And so does my cat.
Rachel Baca, followed by Brian Laurel.
President Davis, Council, the Southeast Heights, especially within District 6, has reached a point of desperation. In the waning months of this winter, impromptu encampments have inundated our streets and neighborhoods. The number and frequency of encampments appears to be unchecked, unmonitored, and ignored by the city and its various departments. Encampments have accumulated throughout District 6, but have condensed specifically inside and around the quarter-mile patrol zone surrounding the planned Gateway Center on Gibson Boulevard. Today was a banner day here in the Southeast. After weeks of calls and posts by me and my neighbors reporting encampments and destruction of property, large convoys of waste removal trucks, city vehicles, and personnel were seen cleaning out tents, carts, and refuse in some of our trouble spots this morning. We thank them for the response, but we brace for what we know is inevitable. It will be back in a few days. The two areas I observed being cleared this morning are the now defunct and boarded up Family Dollar store at 5950 Gibson Southeast, which began filling in with camps as soon as the last dumpster was hauled away when the store closed and boarded up. Wilson Park and Wilson Pool, which you'll remember was renovated about a year ago, are now in a constant cycle of surrender to open drug use, trash, violence, and refuse, and the ensuing clearing of that mess after weeks of begging someone to do something. The camps build up at the park and pool, then spill into the yards and driveways of abandoned homes adjacent to them. We neighbors report, we wait, we brace ourselves for the sounds of gunfire and sirens, and we are greeted with the scorch marks and trash littering our streets each morning as we take our children to school. But the growing encampment on the empty lot north of the former 7-Eleven on Catherine and San Mateo was untouched today.
Thank you. Your
The
time.
walls. Got it.
Thank you. Brian Laurel. Mr. President, that concludes general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Bear with me just a minute. Councilors, if it's okay with you, I think what we'd like to do is to take some of the smaller, quicker items out, and we'll take our transit bill 047 last. I know we have some staffers here for that, but I expect that's going to take longer unless somebody has a guest that's here that needs to speak on it. But we'll start with I'm sorry, we need to do announcements first, then we'll go to our approvals. Councilor Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, February 13th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference. Thank you.
The Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, the 14th at 5 p.m. is canceled.
Mr. President, there will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, February 15th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on the 9th floor, and this will be a hybrid meeting. Also, there will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Friday, February 10th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Seeing none, now we'll go to the approvals. OC 29 is the appointment of Ms. Diane McDermott as the interim director of the CPOA. I would move confirmation.
Second.
And lots of seconds. Is there anyone signed up to speak? Mr. Cornelius? No. Any comments from councilors or the administration? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, I just want to thank Ms. McDermott for being willing to take this on. Again, we really appreciate her continued efforts on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Councilor. Let me echo that her input is part of the process from an insider to tell us sort of how what wasn't working well and what was working well, I think has informed our better ordinance, and we hope that she can help us move this forward. So, anything else? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to please call the roll. The motion for confirmation.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
That matter carries unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. McDermott. Thank you for being here and your patience tonight. Councilors, as I mentioned, unless anybody objects, I think we'll take our 047 last, which would mean we'll take item B, which is RA2, next. Seeing no objection, I'll move a due pass on RA2, which amends the City Council rules of procedure relating to public meetings, disturbing the meetings, the committees requiring participation, amendment of rules, suspension of rules, order of business, and those other various things listed in the title.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I believe we have some amendments. Is that correct? I'll let the clerk pull whichever one we want first. I think it's the other tab, Mr. Cornelius. There we go. Okay, councilors, I think this is the second in your packet, but we'll take it first on the list just because it's the one up on the screen for the public. We'll call this floor amendment number 1, sponsored by myself, apparently. On page 2, line 1, we'll amend as follows. A posting of the agenda is no longer will be required outside of the chambers in the basement level of the now just the city, not the city county government center. Do we have a second? And we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, or, I'm sorry, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cornelius, which one do you have next? I think it's Counselor Bassan, but. It's this one.
I apologize, Mr. President, this is the only one that I have on my screen.
Counselor Bassan, I think you have another amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr.
We'll call this
President.
floor amendment number 2.
Mr. President, I would like to move floor amendment number 2. On page 6, line 6, amend as follows. Section 4, order of business. The city council shall consider business in the following order: roll call, moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, proclamations and presentations, economic development, administration Q&A, approval of the journal, communications and introductions, reports of committees, consent agenda, announcements, financial instruments, then insert general public comments, and renumber appeals, approvals, final actions, and other business while removing general public comments from the end. And then on page 6, line 27, amend as follows. The city council shall not allow general public comments, item 12, and strike 16, above at special meetings. And I really, I see that we're changing a few things in here, but at the same time, I realize that people can speak up at the actual items on the agenda, and I can respect that, but I think that my primary dedication is to represent and listen to the community, so I don't think making them wait till the end of the meeting for general public comment is the right thing to do. So I wanted to make sure to change that and put general public comments back towards the front of the meeting instead of the end.
Thank you, ma'am. And there's a second from Counselor Grout. So, and maybe since the proposal, the change was mine, I'll start, and if there's anybody else to follow. Counselor Bassan, I agree with you. I absolutely want to encourage participation. I think the concern that we were attempting to address in the rules amendment that would move general public comment to the end was that unfortunately, and tonight won't be quite as long of an example, but often our biggest items that draw the most public attention and deserve our best attention often end up now at 10, 11 o'clock at night when we're tired, and don't have the public participation. And so this was, this rule change that would move general public comment to the back. In other words, items that are not on the action item, that don't relate to things we've got to get done for the city, or that folks have scheduled to be a part of. We wanted to be sure that people who had kids to put to bed and things to do at home still had a chance to participate in those early, and that people that wanted to bring us new ideas knew that they could still do that in a timely way. And I think this is a good experiment for us. We're a much busier council than we've been in just 8 years ago since I started. We certainly are seeing more of that, and this council in particular today in the last few meetings is a good example, has exercising much more of its oversight authority in administration Q&A and going through those processes. Additionally, the other rules that would limit the bills going to committee and bring more to the full council for discussion, I think require us to have some more discussion time. And so that was the justification. I agree with you. I appreciate this amendment, but I will respectfully disagree. I think we want to get the business done first and then bring some new ideas so that we can schedule them better down the road. And thank you for the amendment. Councilors, any other discussion? Councilor Sanchez, then Councilor Bassan to close.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I like the fact that general public comment is happening earlier. I just feel that if we have it later, that some of the individuals are going to feel like we're purposely putting them towards the end. And I just want to make sure that nobody feels like they're silenced. Just my comment.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis, and then Councilor Bassan to close.
Mr. President, I support the amendment. I think we need to be consistent with people's expectations, and I tell you, I always feel bad when people make a effort to come down here and then they have to wait through. They're the ones who we need to accommodate. You know, when they have to wait through a 3-4 hour meeting, and oftentimes they're waiting through presentations that we have, questions that we have, discussions with the administration that take sometimes hours. And especially, it seems to me like over the last year that the general public comment is not the real time consuming part of our meetings here lately. I remember a time when it was. But I think I agree with this amendment. I think we need to be consistent, predictable, and really create more opportunities for people to be able to come here and speak and know that they can count on the fact that they can come here and they can speak.
Thank you, Councilors. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I agree that I want general public comment to be heard as well, but the perfect example is here tonight. It is 8:30, and we have folks here for one of the major bills that we're going to be discussing tonight, and they've been waiting patiently since 5. And I want to make sure that people have a voice for specific bills that we're literally, going to vote on tonight. And so for that reason, I do agree that moving it down and letting folks have a voice on bills that are going to be acted on this evening is an important step. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no other comment, Councilor Bassan to close on the amendment.
Mr. President, the only thing that I would say in regards to why I would not support the end, because it's very valid points, except for that most people, I think most people that don't regularly speak to us don't fully understand that they can sign up for a specific bill. And I think that most people, it seems, when they're new to speaking to the council, choose to speak up under general public comment. And so for that reason, I still stand by wanting to keep it in advance and traditional in that manner. So I urge your support, please.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the roll on amendment number 2?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
No. And that matter carries on a 5-4?
5-4 vote.
Okay. So we're on the bill as amended. Any other amendments? I think that's the only one I see. Is that right? There's no. So,
There was something in here that I saw last minute.
okay.
Looks like number 3. Article 1, Section 12, disturbing
Coun-
meetings.
Counselor Sanchez, could you speak up just a
Oh,
little bit? Yeah,
sure.
you're fine.
Thank you. It's number 3, Article 1, Section 12, disturbing meetings. The RA would update language to allow moreover is the presiding counselor to give warnings, ask a person to leave a meeting or remove virtual participant if they are causing a disturbance during a meeting. I think we need to kind of define how and what kind of disturbance, because when I look at it, I see two sides to a different item. And if, let's say, for example, I'm really strongly opposed to something, or I'm strongly wanting that to pass, then I get in a position where I support maybe the person that's a little bit upset. So I think we need to kind of define what an actual disturbance would be, and make sure that people are able to speak their mind on either side.
And
does that make sense?
Counselor Sanchez, it does, and thank you for bringing it. It's an important thing for us to revisit, particularly at the beginning of a new council year. I understand exactly what you're saying. I think we've never, in my experience, have been here, we've never silenced anyone for their content. We've never, even for their loud volume. But there is sort of a, for lack of a better term, there's a little bit of case law or precedent here in what and how we've enforced these rules, including, I think we've adjourned the meeting and had security intervene, and including issuing some barmen or notices to people who have continually disrupted by interfering with other people's ability to participate, so blocking their view, failing to yield the floor when others are waiting. And I might ask Mr. Melendrez, who's been here a little longer than me and participated in some of those. I think we kind of have a pretty good case history of what's worked and what hasn't in the past that we would have to rely on in this case if we were to try to prevail in a legal challenge to that. Is that right, Mr. Melendrez? I know APS has really developed some of the disruption case law there.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, members of the council, this issue comes up from time to time before the City Council, and the City Council did go through a pretty significant rules amendment, probably going up on 10 years ago now, related to some pretty severe disruptions that were happening in the chambers. And so I think it's important to remember that people do have a limited First Amendment right in the council chambers, and it's limited by the council's need to conduct its business efficiently. And so the rules were updated at that time to try to promote that efficiency. And council staff with the councilors at the time did go through an exercise of trying to identify specific types of conduct that were obviously disruptive. And at the time, folks were bringing in props to the council chambers, and they were obstructing people's view. There was a number of folks would gather at the podium, and it would make it hard to hear the speaker. And so rules were implemented to address those specific things. However, the broader issue of disruption is sometimes a little bit harder to identify. And so the chair has always had the authority to control the chambers and to quell disruptions. I think that my observation has been that the presiding officer has used that authority pretty judiciously and always has a check. The council can always keep the presiding officer in check in the event that they think that authority to quell is being used improvidently. But I do always remind councilors as well that we need to honor people's content and let people speak their mind regardless of what they have to say, so long as their content isn't disruptive or dangerous.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. The thing that I was looking at more than anything is just making sure that we have the transparency that we need here in City Council to make sure that everybody's voices are heard. And, you know, I just was curious as what level results in disruption. And that's the point that I was trying to make. Because, you know, you could have two different ideas on a certain issue, and I just wanted to make sure that the transparency is there and that people's words get out.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. And lacking a specific amendment today, perhaps we could review that, and if we need it, we can come back and do that. I'd be happy to work on that with you if we need to revisit it, if that'd be okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just had a couple other things, and I probably should have done this a little bit beforehand, but I just have some questions in reference to some clarification on number 11, Article 3, Section 6A5. bills do not pass committee report, acceptance of a do not pass committee report or rejection. I guess just on the paragraph here, I just need a little more clarification to make sure that I understand it correctly.
Mr. Melendez, could you catch us up, or Ms. Eno's, our clerk?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, members of the council, one of the provisions of the council rules is that if a bill coming out of committee gets a vote of a do not pass by the committee, that the council's acceptance of that do not pass recommendation results in that bill failing. In other words, it doesn't get its hearing in the council chambers. The committee has recommended it not pass. Accepting that report, the bill dies. We had an instance, and I think just at the end of last year, where a couple of bills came out of committee with do not pass votes, and I think it was highlighted at that time that the rules weren't very clear on the procedure for resurrecting one of those bills from failure. In particular, the rules had a little bit of internal inconsistency within them, because on the one hand, they said that the bill failed, and on the other hand, they said that it could be placed on a subsequent agenda, and that's inconsistent with a separate rule in the council rules that provides that if a bill is going to be revisited after failure, it has to be at the same meeting. And so the amendment here is an attempt to reconcile those conflicts, and essentially provides that in order to resurrect a bill from failure, it would require a subsequent motion by a vote of, in a vote of 4 to place that on a subsequent meeting agenda, and that action would in fact revive the bill, and that would take care of the conflict of needing to have that sort of, reviving of the bill at the same meeting. It would also eliminate the need to have 2 separate motions for the committee report, which is the exercise we went through last time that caused some confusion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Melendez, and thank you, Mr. President. I just have one other one that I just needed a little more clarification on as well, and that's number 13, Article 3, Section 8, Executive Communications. And if you can just maybe go over that, just to clarify.
Mr. President, this deals with appointments to, well, hold on, let me read this really quick. So in the regular course of business, the City Council will take action on a contract, for example, or a report that's coming down from the administration. And its action in those instances is, with respect to report, is to simply receive it. Those types of executive communications coming down don't generally generate, I mean, there are some exceptions, but they don't generally generate a bunch of discussion at committee. And so I think that the idea with this one is that those bills would be allowed to skip committee to come to the City Council directly without having to make the stop at committee to try to promote some efficiency at the committee level. Also, with respect to contract extensions, not original contracts, but the actual extension, from time to time, the city will enter a contract that required council approval, but then it will simply need an extension of time or an addition of funds. Those also, I think in our observation, have not generated a lot of discussion at committee for the most part. And so it would permit those to skip committee, again, in an attempt to try to make the committee meeting a little bit more efficient and to save it for council on the consent agenda or otherwise. And then finally, this one deals with appointments to the Environmental Planning Commission and Landmarks Commission. Those are the only 2 types of appointments that generally require a stop at the LUPS committee. All other committee appointments are automatic holdovers. However, in recent history, with respect to reappointments, so this is a member that has been sitting on that committee and has simply finished their first term and is up for reappointment, those have been skipping committee just in practice, and so this amendment would make the council's recent practice consistent with the rules.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay. Mr. Melendez, just to clarify, to follow up, just to be sure everyone understands. So if there's an executive communication, say just a report on a quarterly status of XYZ program that comes to the council, the other rules still apply, wherein councilors can make a request and vote to send it to a committee for a different hearing, can vote to hold it over to another hearing to defer it. All the standard things apply, and so there's still an opportunity. It's not, I just want to be clear, in just bringing those to the council, it doesn't automatically mean it never gets a hearing in committee, but it does give councilors an opportunity to request that or further holdover to or deferral to another meeting if they so request. But about 95% of these never even generate any kind of comment. Is that right?
Mr. President, that is correct. So deferral would be an option for the council in the event they need more time. And also, as we've seen from time to time, the letter of introduction may be amended to make a specific referral for something.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, Councilor.
All righty, thank you.
Councilors, other questions on RA2 as amended? Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Melendez, on maybe I think we might have discussed this, but the two-thirds vote, 9 councilors. Just let me clarify. So if there's 6 councilors present, there's a quorum. Would it still require 6 votes, or it'd still be 2/3 of 6?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, it would still be two-thirds of 6, and I think the attempt was to try to update the table so that we wouldn't have to be doing math on the fly. And so on page 10, it was always dangerous. On page 10 of the bill, especially for lawyers and others of us who aren't that inclined, but on page 10 of the bill, it just simply lays out what constitutes a two-thirds vote. And so your question was with respect to 6. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page. But in any event, with 6 members present, it identifies specifically what 2/3 would look like for that vote. And so
It's always been 2/3 of those present, correct?
Mr. President, that's
Okay.
that's
So you're just doing the math here on it.
correct.
Okay.
Mr. President, Mr. Melendez, it says on page 5 and 6, I believe, is what you're looking for.
That's what I was looking for. Yes, there's another section of the bill that refers to a 3/4 vote, which is an even more rare occurrence. That's on page 10. But yes, thank you. Page 5 and 6 deals with that supermajority, the normal supermajority, the 2/3 vote. And it clarifies that for a supermajority of 6, 4 votes are required. And that's always been in the rules. And again, it's just a cheat sheet on the math for the 2/3.
Thank you, councilors. Councilors, other questions? Seeing none. Oh, Councilor Pena. Yep.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mr. President. So is this consistent, just to go over it again, any bill that has failed in this manner will be revived subsequent? Is this consistent with Robert's rules, or is this what we decided?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, so, Robert's Rules deals with votes of general assemblies and how they conduct their business. Legislative/general assemblies, which is the council, is sort of a hybrid. Robert's Rules doesn't give the level of specificity that we sometimes need, and so that's why the council rules on this real sort of inside baseball procedural stuff are standalone with that in that regard. And so this is a creation of the council that the council can sort of change how it sees fit. And again, it doesn't change substantively anything. It just attempts to clarify the process for making that happen to hopefully avoid confusion. Admittedly, it's a bit of a confusing process to take those votes that appear negative sometimes anyway, and so it's just trying to address that.
So, Mr. President, so then my question would be, like, why have committees then? Because if we have a committee and we just do all the homework and decide that we just voted it down in committee, this kind of, we don't necessarily have a process to revive a vote that, we can, put the vote back, the bill back in at a later time and give it another shot. But it seems as though this, it just eliminates to me the need for a committee if we can revive a bill that we killed in committee. So does...
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I think that's a really fair policy debate, for the council to have about whether that's appropriate to be able to override a committee's recommendation in that way. I think at its core, it's intended to protect the minority on the committee to be able to have the policy debate at the full council, because a committee can have a quorum with 3 members. And so, a do not pass recommendation could come out by 2 people voting for that do not pass. And so if the committee is fully staffed, then do not pass would require a vote of 3. And so what this is doing is saying that a minority of the council, by simply one more vote, a vote of 4, so 4 people that oppose the do not pass still have the ability to revive that, to get it back before the council. So at its core, it's to promote to preserve the rights of the minority on the council.
So, Mr. President, so then it would seem as though we could just not have a do not pass. We'd have to go, if we don't agree, then maybe it should state that it would go to full council rather than a process to revive a dead bill.
Mr. President, again, in Councilor Pena, a reasonable policy debate for the council to have about what the appropriate process is there. You know, the last time this happened, the bills were pulled out for discussion at council by a vote of 4. I remember a time before that where the council simply accepted the committee report, and it was an efficient way for it to dispose of the bill that it didn't really want to hear. So it's happened both ways.
Okay, and Mr. President, so then my next question, so this really just eliminates the need for committees, but, so my next question was, and oh my God, I didn't highlight it. I thought I had.
I didn't.
On the ECs, can you explain that, how the ECs are impacted, the executive communications?
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, so the administration, the EC is the main vehicle by which the administration transmits things to the City Council. And the nature of the things that it transmits are regular reports. There are certain ordinances in the city code that require the administration to submit a report every quarter, semi-annually, sometimes annually. And so this would deal with those types of reports that sometimes do get some debate at committee, but many times are a quick motion, second, and vote at committee. And so the idea, I think, behind this was to just, again, promote some efficiency at the committee level for those items that would otherwise just come to council on consent. Those folks particularly interested in them would still have the opportunity to review the report. Pull them off of consent at council still for discussion if they choose. The other thing that is impacted are contract extensions or updates. So in other words, we contracted with somebody for 6 months and it's going well and we need to extend it for another 6 months. Again, that type of executive communication doesn't generally garner a lot of discussion at committee. There are exceptions, but in general they don't. And then finally, with respect to reappointments to the LUPS, to the EPC and the Landmarks Commission, those reappointments having already been vetted once, this rule would say that those ECs would skip committee as well, which is the practice the council has been following recently anyway.
So, Mr. President, Mr. Melendez, so in essence, it just gives more time on executive communication and contracts, which how would that impact if there's something urgent, maybe that some executive or some contract, because we've had that happen, and then there's a delay because it gives us more time to digest it, which gives us more time to either tear it apart or whatever, but if there's something that we really have to act on quickly.
So I think the result of this amendment would actually be more expedient with respect to those bills because in general, the longer winding route for a bill at council is for it to go to committee. And so what this is saying is that it would automatically be held over. So it would actually be more of benefit for those types of bills that are on a shorter fuse. Many times those are held over anyway. That's within the discretion of the president now to refer or hold over. And so all this is saying is that it would eliminate that general discretion from the president on those and make the holdover automatic, again, subject to the check of the council to refer a bill to committee at any time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Great. Councilors, other discussion. I see Councilor Bassan, and we do have a couple of public comments signed up on this as well. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I wasn't as intrigued until I heard why have committees. But
I know that's music to your ears.
So in regards to page 8, lines 7 and 8, where we have the addition of any bill that has failed in this manner, and I know you explained it, Mr. Melendez, but now my wheels are turning in a whole other way. Any bill that has failed in this manner will be revived by a subsequent motion and a second to revive that receives an affirmative vote. So you were saying, let's say that 3 in a committee vote for a do not pass. Then in that same meeting, 4 would have to make a motion, or could that be in the next committee meeting or at the next council meeting? Which subsequent meeting could the 4 votes happen at?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, so I'm going to tell you things that you already know, but I'm just going to say them so that we can kind of lay a foundation. A committee takes a vote, and then once that vote is made, it's done for that meeting, and then the committee reports out that vote at the next council meeting. At that next council meeting is the time when this particular procedure would occur. So at that council meeting, when the chair of the committee is reading out in the matter of pick a bill, do pass, and the matter of pick another bill, do not pass, that is the opportunity for the council to have that minority of the whole, the 4 of the 9 check on that do not pass. So it wouldn't affect, that second vote wouldn't affect the committee. It would affect what the council can do at the time that it is voting to accept or reject the committee reports.
Mr. President, Mr. Melendres, so to what Councilor Pena was saying, the full council could still weigh in, and it's not that it just gets a do not pass and goes there to die forever. If the full council and the majority of the full council, or even the minority, like you're saying, with 4 minimum, are willing to pull that out.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, that's correct.
Thank you for the clarification. As seen in earlier this year, I think it went both ways on this council to where I wouldn't want to take that ability away from the full council. So thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
And Mr. President, yeah, we have a weak committee structure, and I do see the benefits of it in some ways, but it also, I think it's by design. I think our committees are designed to slow the process of a bill, give it plenty of time for consideration, public comment, discussion. But that rule is one of the reasons why our committees really don't have the ability to decide up or down on bills, which, if it's your bill, it's a bad thing, or it's a good thing. It's not your bill and it gets voted down, it's a bad thing. But I do see the value in our committees of slowing the process down and giving the proper procedures and time. That's not what I wanted to comment on, though. I do want to, my question is on our order of business, and maybe this is the appropriate rules amendment, that we would just delete the economic development discussion, and that's what I'd propose. I think in the last year we've had 1 or 2 presentations at the 25 meetings or so that I've been a part of. And this originally, and I think every other item in order of business, there's always something there every single meeting except for that one. That started out, I think, 5 or 6 years ago with I think the last time I was council president, we put that in there, and it was really giving the Department of Economic Development an opportunity, a forum at every single council meeting to be able to talk about victories, triumphs, opportunities that we were having as a city that were creating economic development, as well as talk about any barriers that the council needed to really seriously look at. But it was something that the Economic Development Department really took on and did that. And I don't want to ask them or make them do that right now if that's not something that's just a part of their priorities right now. And if they're not going to do that, if it's not going to be something we're going to have an agenda item on every single week, then I think we should remove that. Would this, Mr. President and Ms. Menendez, would this be the appropriate time to, we just delete that in that section?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yes, if you'd like to make a motion that on page 6, line 13, item 4, economic development discussion be deleted and that the remaining items be renumbered, now would be the time to make a motion.
If we could do that, and I'll move that. I just, I want our agenda to have some weight to it, and if we have something on the agenda and there's nothing on there, I think it just weakens and kind of, it makes it even less important, I think. And so we could always do economic development discussion during our Q&A and presentations, I think, although I think we shouldn't be limiting those. But anyway.
Second.
Several seconds, and then I'm going to start over here and come around because now we got lots of comments. Councilor Pena.
No, Mr. President, I have a different. Yeah.
I'm sorry, okay. Did you have on this amendment, Councilor Bassan?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I support this decision, but I will point out that tonight was the first time since I've been on council that I can recall we actually had something on economic development discussion.
Yeah. And it's been our practice, just to be clear, it's been our practice that when we have like LEDA projects or others, we try to put those on top of our action item agenda, so we get those up, get our attention, get those in and out, and I do think we'll continue to do that, so I'd support it. Anything else? Councilors on amendment number 3, anything from the administration? You don't want to make any more presentations, or do you? No? Okay. Seeing no other discussion, will the clerk please call the roll of floor amendment number 3?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. Will you try
I'm not
Councilor
sure
Benton
about-
one more time, please?
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're back on the rule amendment as twice amended. Councilors, other topics, Councilor Pena, and we still have public comment. Good.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to add to that, so that I don't confuse anyone anymore, on this process, again, I'm still stuck on this process, so I agree. If it's your bill, you don't want it to, you do whatever. But what about the same process for a due pass? So let's say it is a small committee and they vote for a due pass. We usually just have a process for it just to come here and we just kind of pass the committee report, right? And then it's done. Should we have a process in addition for a due pass or a do not pass?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, to add a layer of complexity and confusion, potentially that's already in there, in fact. And so as written today, this same voting procedure would apply to a scenario where a committee recommends a due pass and the council wants to reject that. So we can reject that due pass at council.
Okay. I just wanted to verify that, and that's held within the same language, right?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, so I think it would play out a little bit differently because if it comes out of committee with the due pass and the council chooses to reject that due pass, then in that instance, a majority of the council is choosing to basically not hear the bill at that time. So there's not an opportunity at that instance for a vote of 4 to revive it. So it's only, as written, it would only be revivable coming out of a do not pass.
Okay. I think that answers my question. If not, I'll come back with the rules amendment. Thank you.
Yep. Isn't this fun? All right. Well, seeing no other council comments, I think for the moment, Mr. Cornelius, I think we have a couple, maybe 3 public comments signed up on this matter.
Yes, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Joshua James Lawrence, followed by Peter Kalitzis on Zoom.
Keep everything interesting.
I had some recommendations as far as talking about public comment. Limiting people to 2 minutes is a violation of our First Amendment right. I know you want to go home, but when you made the choice to run for this office, you know, you get 4 years to work extra hard and get little sleep. So I recommend that you can suggest, you can ask us to try and keep our speech to 2 minutes, but limiting us to 2 minutes is absolutely a violation of our First Amendment right. And, you know, you got to remember in 2021, legislature passed a law taking away your immunities, to all elected official immunities. And there's up to a $2 million cap on that. And trust me, if you look around this country, there's a lot of people that win a lot of lawsuits because violation of First Amendment right or any rights. So I'd hate to see any of you guys have a lawsuit in your personal, private capacity or your professional capacity. Thank you.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Sandra Perea.
Council President Davis and city councilors, I'd like to comment on two of the rules. One, why is the Public Safety Committee being eliminated? At a time when fear for safety is one of the most voiced public concerns in our city. Public safety with ACS and the APD is critical for safety of neighborhoods. And we appreciate the voice of Councilor Sanchez provided us regarding this matter. The second, moving general comments to the end, I appreciate not occurring because like many of us, I cannot attend every meeting. And the consent agenda items have already been gone over, but this is the first opportunity many of us have a chance to hear about it. And it actually would be better if you could put it at the beginning before consent agenda because it involves money and other issues. We appreciate Councilor Bassan not moving it to the end because it feels like being silenced, taking away voice. I've waited till midnight at meetings, and yes, it is challenging. But if I comment on the consent agenda, it's like it's lost at that point. And I appreciate your taking the time. Staying till midnight on times, I understand the difficulty. And I don't necessarily like the 2 minutes or the 1.5 minutes. I will say that personally, it's a challenge. But I thank you for making sure as many commenters like me can be included. So my comments, hopefully, I appreciate your taking all these into consideration. Thank you.
Sandra Perea.
Good evening, Council President Davis and members of council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's a little faint. Your video is breaking up as well. Apologize.
So my name is Sandra Perea, and I'm a resident of President Davis District and the sponsor of this current bill. I would like to speak on Section 9, the order of business, and the general public comment that is proposed to be moved to the end of the agenda, which that time frame has usually been around midnight based on past meetings. As you all know, your constituents are working class people, and due to current inflation, some are now having to work 2 jobs in addition to family life. The time frame of approximately 6 to 9 p.m. is all the time that they may be available to make their opinions or comments known to the elected officials. As opposed to moving the general public comment to the end of the agenda, I propose this body set aside 1 hour a month during any scheduled meeting to allow your constituents to address their concerns on record. And thank you for Councilor Bassan for bringing up this matter earlier. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Councilors, we are back on Rule Amendment number 2 as twice amended. Any other comment? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the vote?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Fuebelkorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones. Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. That matter passes. Next up, we're going to go to item C, Counselor Bassan, R99.
Mr. President, R99, amending the adopted capital improvement program for the City of Albuquerque Aviation Department by transferring funds to existing projects, approving new projects, closing projects, and accepting federal grant funding. I move it do pass.
I have a second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to invite the administration to speak. This is per request.
Mr. Real, if you have anybody. I see our aviation director here.
Council President Davis and councilors, I just want to thank you for your consideration for this resolution. What this will give us will be about $37 million in FAA grant monies for us to continue capital projects at the airport. So thank you for that.
Best presentation of the night. Great job.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Councilors, any questions? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. And councilors, next up, Councilors Pena and Jones, R104.
Thank you, Mr. President. R104 is approving and authorizing the filing of a grant application for the COVID-19 and influenza vaccine uptake initiative with the National Council on Aging for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2024. I move it do pass.
Second for Councilor Jones. Councilors, back on you.
Urge your support.
Anything from the administration? Except the money. Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. So councilors, we are back on item A. So speaking of long meetings, 047 as substituted 3 times at least. Councilors Davis, Pena, Feeblecorn, and Lewis. Councilor Pena, do you want to get us started here? We didn't really practice. Can you?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll just read this and then we'll go from there in terms of the amendments. 047, floor sub number 3, the Albuquerque Transit Security and Equitable Access Ordinance, amending Chapter 7, Article 2, Section 1 of the Transit Ordinance, requiring security planning and fair and access studies to improve accessibility and security on the Albuquerque Ride and Sunvan transit systems. I move a do pass, and there's several amendments.
Second.
And a second for Councilor Feeblecorn. If it's okay with the sponsors, maybe what we'll do, because we do have a bunch of amendments, we have a few public comment folks. Why don't we take public comment before we get into the amendments, because I suspect that's going to take a few minutes to go back and forth. So Mr. Cornelius, if you're ready, why don't we start with that?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Althea Atherton, followed by Diane Reese on Zoom.
And maybe our public commenters will give us some wisdom to inform us on how to vote on all of our last-minute changes. Ms. Atherton, welcome, and look forward to seeing you on Twitter again very soon.
Hi, I'm Althea Atherton. I'm a bus rider organizer with Together for Brothers, and I'm also the chair of the District 6 Transportation Committee. After months of asking you not to pass O2247, I'm here to express my cautiously optimistic support for the most recent floor substitute passed at your last meeting. Making paratransit permanently free is an incredibly justice-minded move that will expand transit equity, and I look forward to spending some time with the new bill and the new study that's going to be happening about zero fare in terms of equity, because I think you'll find what I find, which is that our bus system is much more equitable and fair with zero fares. The big hesitation I want to make sure is that we're addressing safety from a holistic perspective. A safety-minded move would be to work on improving bus driver retention. so we can have the frequency that expands our mobility sovereignty and also makes us spending less time on the bus platform, which can sometimes get crowded. And that's where, if you look at the data, the most of the security calls tend to happen. Getting here tonight actually was a little bit of a challenge because both of the 16 bus runs that I would have taken to get here got canceled due to the driver shortage. And so I was really lucky that I had family that could give me a ride to the art stop, which was still running. But most transit-dependent riders like me don't have that kind of flexibility in family that can help them with that. I also hope we're taking every opportunity to apply for federal and state dollars to improve the quality and compensation of the driver system because they literally drive our system, so we should be taking very good care of them. I'm confident with adequate community engagement that we'll be able to bring a wide variety of voices to the table to get the safest and most equitable bus service we deserve. So I ask you to pass O2247. Thank you.
Diane Reese, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know I had to unmute. Evening, counselors. Thank you for your patience and hard work. My name is Diane Reese. I live down in the South Valley of Albuquerque, and I am the chair of the central group of the Sierra Club. So I'm here representing our approximately 5,000 members in the Albuquerque area. And we're here to support this bill. We think that zero fares are great for our environment. The fewer cars on the road, the better the air for all of us. Fewer cars mean more people out in the fresh air for a little bit in between catching their bus. So please consider that aspect. Also, it's an equity issue. We've had a number of speakers talk about that. There are people who truly need this service and rely on it, and the zero fares means an awfully lot to them. Third, a number of COVID benefits are going to be decreased soon. They're going away. So this would be yet another hit on folks who are paying higher bills for everything. So please consider that. And finally, I think this is an opportunity to improve our city. Wherever I travel, I always try and take the public transit. It's a great way to get to know the place you're visiting. We've invested as a town an awful lot of money into our bus system. And so let's continue to make it better. That zero fares makes things quicker, getting off and on the bus, makes people not have to look for a pass that they may or may not have been able to go get. And ridership is up. I think the incidents, the data is showing that the incidents are a very small percentage. No one wants any, but please, I ask all of you to support this initiative. Keep our zero fares, keep our no passes. It's a great benefit for our town. Says a lot of great things about Albuquerque. Thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Sarah Manning.
Again, I can't turn on my video. The host has stopped it. But I'm here. Start my video. All right. Okay. President Davis and members of the council, I very much applaud the revisions contained in O2247, approved floor substitute 3, thanks to the work of Councilors Pena, Davis, Dibble-Corn, and Lewis, to provide for a free public transportation system that is welcoming, safe, and user-friendly. I urge you to accept the approved floor substitute 3 of proposed ordinance O2247, and to assure that the resources and council support are made available to explore the role that non-coercive public use, encouraging designs, and strategies and human resources can play in building public reliance on and use of Albuquerque's public transportation resources. I'm grateful that this third floor substitute puts off reliance on passes for free access to public transportation, and that you have modified the language about who may be in a bus stop to recognize the legitimate reasons that people find their way through the transit system might be at a bus stop trying to figure out where they should go and when. As somebody who has stood in public transit sites in several cities reading the signs on the site to figure out where to go and how to get there, I'm relieved that people who walk through and or check out public transit stops will not be caught up in violations of transit stop rules. One best practice in the revised proposal that I highly appreciate are creating proactive rather than reactive ways to increase both public use and public safety in our public transit systems, such as public art, environmental design, regular presence of civilian natural surveillance, which certainly could include helpers for those using the system. Finally, it is not a part of this legislation. However, I must observe that if our public transit system becomes more user-friendly and efficient in regard to routes, especially routes that cross the main east-west transit corridors and on-time buses and
Rosemary.
ease
Your
of
time
access
is
to
up.
regular buses by persons with disabilities, then the quality and
Thank-
safety of our
Rosemary,
public transit
thank
will
you
be
very
advanced.
much. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
you.
much.
Lastly, Sarah Manning.
Mr. President and member of the council, thank you very much for all the hard work you have done with all of these amendments while still keeping the major goal of increasing ridership on our buses and our ART system and the Sun Van. What you have accomplished is truly remarkable. I've been seriously impressed by your ability to listen to each other as well as listen to the citizens who feel very strongly that our bus fares need to be nil, zero, and that our bus system needs to be safe and comfortable for all to use. Congratulations. Please finish your very hard work by voting yes on Amendment 3 for 22-47. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Well, let's hope Ms. Manning is right and that we will finish this tonight. So, councilors, we are back on 47. I think, unless the sponsors would like to do otherwise, I think we'll just jump right into amendments. Mr. Cornelius, do you have the list for the public? I know we've rearranged some orders of these a little bit. There we go. So, councilors, first up this evening is Councilor Pena, Feeble-Corner, and Davis. Councilor Pena on self-certification.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this will be floor amendment number 1. On page 6, line 21, after comma, delete the remainder of the line and all of the lines 22 through 27 and insert in lieu thereof, the following shall be able to self-certify as to their disability. 2, on page 6, line 31, delete the word a and replace with 14. And on page 6, line 32, delete the word April and replace with June. The reasons for the changes are listed by item below. Establishes an applicant for Sun Van service can self-certify as to their eligibility. The administration requested 14 weeks for the Transit Department to develop a Sun Van self-certification process for the administration to review and approve the proposed process and the council to accept the EC, and an additional 6 weeks to implement the plan. And I know we have Mr. Menacucci here. He can further explain this amendment, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
And Councilor Feeble-Corner is going to offer the second, sorry, just for the record. Yep.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I think it is pretty self-explanatory. It removes the current language, which set up a one-stop shop where you can come in and be interviewed. And this basically puts it more to a broader type of language where it says that because the goal was with the one-stop shop, to come in and get interviewed was to get as close as possible to self-certification. This moves it to self-certification and then goes ahead and leaves kind of broad and then allows the department the ability to develop an implementation plan within the broad parameters. The reason for the change was that when we requested the department for some additional information on self-certification, their review was that the FTA does allow for self-certification. It's not explicitly deny it, so that keeps the door open.
Thank you, Mr. Menacucci, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the administration? Mr. Real? No. Councilors, any questions on floor amendment number 1?
I do have a question.
Councilor Grau.
Mr. President, let's see here. What makes transit employees qualified to to determine whether someone has a disability that makes them eligible for the Sunband service.
Is that a Mr. Real question? Administration?
Mr. President and Counselor, let me have our transit director give you, at least historically, how transit has managed that issue.
Okay.
And then maybe you'll have give you some perspective of that.
Director Keener, welcome. You've waited patiently the whole meeting.
Yes, and Council President, Council Grout, could you repeat the question, please?
Okay, what makes transit employees qualified to determine whether someone has a disability that makes them eligible for the Sunvan service?
So it's a holistic review of the entire application. It's part of the information that they provide on the Sunvan application, along with information that is also provided from their provider, whether it be a medical provider, physician, psychiatrist, any kind of medical doctor, along with the knowledge of the actual transit system, so they can work with them to make sure whether or not that they're able to use the fixed route. Sometimes it's just a lack of education and understanding of what kind of accessibilities there are within the transit system currently on the fixed route. So a person may think that maybe they're not able to, because of their disability, be able to use fixed route, and we could have those conversations with them where they just aren't really aware of a lot of the accessibility that we do have along with fixed route.
Okay, have you guys, according to this, I don't think you need a doctor's note anymore. Is that true?
According to this legislation, that's my understanding of it.
So, okay. What if a transit employee finds that they are not eligible? Is that that person eligible for an appeal?
Councilor President, Council Grout, are you talking about current status?
Well, just in the future, if y'all find that he or she is not eligible, can that person appeal that decision?
So Council President, Councilor Grout, so yes, there is an FTA appeal process that we do have to follow. Though for this case in this legislation, if we're relying strictly on self-certification, I don't know that we would have a whole lot of denials.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors, other questions on the amendment? Thank you, Director. Councilor, seeing none, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the roll on amendment number 1?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Councilor Jones. Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. Councilors, next up, I believe we have also Councilor Pena's, Feeblecorn, and Davis. I think this is going to be item B, which is floor amendment number 2. Councilor Pena, would you like to present?
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, line 28, shall conduct a study, replace with create an implementation plan. On page 6, line 30, delete the word study and replace with implementation plan. On page 6, line 31, delete the word 8 and replace with 14. On page 6, line 31, delete the word adoption and replace with effective date. On page 6, line 32, delete the word April and replace with June. This clarifies a short-term tactical plan document that will be an action document for the purposes of implementing self-certification into some van riderships and qualification. And we have Mr. Minakuchi to explain this amendment.
Councilor Feeblecorn's going to second, and then Mr. Minakuchi's going to give us something here I missed.
And so, Mr. President, Councilor Pena, members of council, my apologies. When we created this amendment, we originally put it as part of A, and we separated it out. In case
So this is not necessary.
So there's a few little corrections that we have to make, and I don't know, we have them, they're fairly simple, if that's possible. We just caught it the last moment. I don't know if you want me to pronounce it, and then I guess if that would work.
That'd be great. Mr. Minakuchi, why don't you read those in? We'll be sure the sponsor's okay with it and go from there.
Yeah. So basically, number 1 stays the same. On number 2, that's the major change. So it would instead read, on page 6, starting on line 30, and then following through to page 7, line 11, we delete the word study and replace the word implementation plan. Basically, that just makes sure that within section 11, where you have study, it goes to become implementation plan. Number 3, you can delete because we covered it in item A. Number 4 would stay the same because that does move from adoption to effective date. And then number 5, again, we covered in Amendment A, and so it can be deleted.
So, Mr. Minicucci, with those minor technical things, we can pass this and clerk can clean it up and enrolling, grossing, and just clean up, right? Is that okay? And Councilor Feeble-Corn?
Mr. President, I had this question at a previous meeting, and if an amendment conflicts with an amendment that was passed earlier, it can still pass as is, given that it's referencing the original piece of legislation before us. Is that not true? Okay, so we don't really need to clean this up. This can be passed as is.
Matt,
Mr. President, Councilor Feeble-Corn, could you just explain your rationale there one more time? I was having a hard time following.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had this question at a previous council meeting where we had an amendment passed originally, and then we had another amendment that would have been changed if it, because of the original. And I was told that the line items and all the information for the second amendment does not need to be clarified because it would reference the original bill. And so I'm just saying, I don't think we need to do a cleanup. I think we can pass it as is, and then when it's enrolled and engrossed, it can be corrected.
Mr. President, Councilor Feeble-Corn, so consulting with Mr. Minicucci here, it looks like paragraph 2 would need the clarification to go through page 7, line 11, but Mr. Minicucci is just reassured that, in fact, paragraphs 3 and 5 would not create an inconsistency so much as be duplicative. And so, to take those things out on the fly is relatively easy, is written in, but I think you're right that they wouldn't absolutely be necessary.
Great, so we're not doing anything. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm confident that my explanation here is going to be challenged, but we are now in a situation where anyone can self-certify on the Sun Van, anyone can self-certify and ride a Sun Van at any time without questioning. So why do we have Sun Vans? Why don't we just let everybody ride the Sun Van, and then the people who need to ride the Sun Van will be in a bus, because we have no means of limiting the number of people on a Sun Van. I think we're kind of trying to take care of everyone, but in fact we might be and letting everyone do this. But what about the people who must ride a Sun Van? They can't get on a regular bus. They need help. What have we done to them? Depends on how fast the people who don't have a problem decide they want to get on the Sun Van and beat them to the door. Now we have a group of people have no ability to ride public transportation because of their handicaps. I mean, it's one of those things that sounds like a good thing to do, but is it really? Are we harming the people that the Sun Van is supposed to be helping for the sake of the people who it's easier for them to get on the Sun Van and faster than to ride a bus that stops more? I'm just putting that forward, and I know that my explanation and what I'm thinking here, no one else is going to agree with, but in the long run, in my opinion, humble opinion, we are harming the people that we are providing the Sun Vans for by causing us to have no qualifications or need to ride a Sun Van. So just want to tell you how I feel about this. Maybe we are not doing the right thing, but thank you.
Councilor Jones, I think Mr. Real may agree with you.
Mr. President and Councilor Jones, that's certainly, we believe, is the challenge with this amendment, if you will. The previous amendment, I relied on the fact that it was a study and then coming back for an implementation. This amendment does away with the study and says just implement the project. And I do think that we'll get pushback from some of the advocates for folks who really need a Sun Van, if you will, because of disabilities and the advocacy from that community. I think our intent, at least at the original amendment was, or the first amendment, I should say, would be that we would do a study and come back with an implementation process and a certification structure that would at least accommodate some of those issues.
Councilors, other questions on Amendment 2? Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I don't know if I have a question so much as a comment on this because what Counselor Jones is making sense, but at the same time, what she's saying is making sense, and yet at the same time, I know that we are trying to do the right thing. I just know that we've also backed ourselves into many unintended consequences over the last couple of years. From the conversations that we've had before, is this, I mean, I think that this stems from the fact that we ask for studies and we don't always implement them, because then the study falls off of our to-do list and all of a sudden we get an EC that we vote on to accept the study and then we're done. So to me, I know that when we were talking about this and kind of discussing it, it was like, well, what are we going to do about that afterwards? So I can see where I originally supported this, but yet at the same time, if it's going to potentially cause a giant unintended consequence without us knowing, is there some kind of middle ground to figure out where it's a, once the study's complete, once the study's completed, there's another step we do before we implement that's not letting the ball drop, but yet at the same time, it's not just saying, go.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what we're trying to get with this amendment is that we have a lot of folks in our community that are disabled and have to go to a lot of lengths to prove that they're disabled enough to take the Sun Van. And I don't think that there's any reason to make folks do that. Hearing a lot of concern that people will just randomly take the Sun Van. It must be challenging to go through life thinking the worst of everyone, and I don't choose to do that. I work on a lot of low income and other types of programs like this where we are trying as hard as we can to reduce those barriers to use, and this is a really simple way to reduce the barrier of use for folks in our community that are, quite frankly, the most disadvantaged. And if this becomes a huge issue, and you're right, and people just randomly decide to take advantage of the situation, we can come back. But for now, I really want to see if we can reduce the barriers to use so that everyone in our community can have access to a Sun Van to get where they want to go when they need to get there.
Mr. President, thank you, and thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. We actually met on, I think it was Friday when we met to discuss some of the changes in the bill. And what I was mostly disappointed about is that when we were talking about a study, and and I was reluctant hearing the word study to study an issue, but we were directly told that the study would be kind of to assess why that it would be not good for the city, right? So I didn't want to support something that's going to come back just so that it can tell the council that we did a study that says that this isn't the right direction to go. So I said that that wasn't necessarily even our intention in the beginning, wasn't to have a study. It was more of let's create an implementation plan. So when I heard about what the study would try to achieve, I said, no, we definitely, I think our intention was to create an implementation plan.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
And Mr. President?
Mr. Rayo.
Yeah. I just want to be clear. I get the concept here of self-certification, and perhaps the study was the wrong choice of words. I think the fact that the original amendment passed, or the first amendment said, we're going to self-certify, I think we can work through that. I think the question becomes is perhaps a process in the self-certification, such as bringing the person comes in, I'm self-certifying, I've got a doctor's note here, and we don't do the interview, we don't do all the elaborate sort of processes that perhaps we had before, as a way to keep some structure to this. And that was the only reason, again, when we first had the First Amendment, was that we thought maybe that would be a way to work through this, because I am totally, and the mayor is very supportive of the intent of trying to get as many folks, especially folks who need to access on Sun Van, and not require such an onerous process. However, we also can be careful in the fact that we don't have that many vans either, and we don't have that many drivers. And so I would hate to see the process get to a point where we do what Councilor Jones just described, which is with the first come, first served structure of the service, we may not be able to accommodate all the folks who need the service. And that may be obviously another budget question to talk about down the road. But nonetheless, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, sir. We're back with Councilor Feeblecorn, and then
Mr. President.
anything else to close, Councilor Lewis, okay? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just wanted to clarify, I agree with everything that Mr. Rael just said. I think that we have a 14-week period in these amendments that gives transit the opportunity to come back to us with an implementation plan that could include all of those things. So I just wanted to make sure it's not something that we're saying tomorrow we're doing this. There's a 14-week period where you can come back with an implementation plan that considers all of those options and all of those potential problems. And so that was the reason for the 14 weeks.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, so, I mean, a lot of good points. I do believe that you water down something so much, and you know, it just takes away the real purpose of what it provides. And so the administration, I think, has some serious concerns about this, about, you know, people self-serving, some legitimate concerns. It's interesting that we have other amendments and other parts of this bill that put some safety measures in place, and then we think, well, maybe this might be treating unfairly, so let's have the Office of Equity and Inclusion study it and analyze it. Why not just have the Office of Equity and Inclusion analyze whether you know, the department identifying people that need to, you know, that are, have the ability to be able to, you know, ride the Sun van. I mean, that's one thing we could do, I think, if we're being consistent, just allow that to continue to happen, and then have the Office of Equity and Inclusion analyze it to make sure we're not treating anybody unfairly. But we are willing to put some safety measures in place, and because we think that that's a good thing, you know, that even though it might be treating people unfairly, or it has the potential to treat people unfairly. So, so I think I'm gonna be on the side of some common sense here, I think, and I agree with Councilor Jones, and I agree with the administration on this. That you know, it seems like it's just opens ourselves up to for this to being abused, and then therefore not serving the people that really need to be served.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just worried about unintended consequences. Right now, we know that the regular bus system has cut routes. There's not a lot of drivers out there. So our regular bus system is not reliable. And unintended consequences of this could actually be, and something we need to really keep an eye on, is if the Sun van is more reliable than our actual bus system, you might have individuals who might be faking these injuries or disabilities. So I'm just worried about that, because I want to make sure that the people that really need the Sun van get that service. If you're disabled, you should be there. So it's just a really difficult situation that we're dealing with, and it's just really hard. I'm sure we're going to have to revisit this again after we see what's going on once this is implemented. I think there's going to be other questions, because I worry about unintended consequences like that.
Let me, and then I want to go to Mr. Minicucci and Councilor Grout as well. But before we go back to Councilor who said something, let me go here and say, look, I think this is a good idea, and I wanted to be a co-sponsor of this amendment with these two councilors, because I do think it's important, and we've all talked about why it's important to lower those barriers. But remember that when you read all this in context, what we're saying is, Transit Department, this is the new thing. Go out, figure this out, bring this back to us. They asked for an additional 6 weeks beyond the 8. But one of the challenges that we've had, as Councilor Bassan brought up, is there's lots of these sort of studies, and there's, oh, let's do this in the future, and there's not a thing. Well, this creates a timeline and a thing and a way to communicate that back to the City Council, which is your sort of public input, your public review of that without hiding it, no offense, on a website that nobody reads or can see. Like, we're going to have another discussion about this in 8 weeks, and then it will get implemented based on the plan unless we change it. But I think this creates a framework for establishing the expectation and ensuring that there's some timelines built in. Oh, by the way, I like that it lands with us before budget is done, or close enough. that if it needs to have some adjustment, that can be part of the plan, and we can act on it and not do this and say, well, now we have to wait till mid-year. I realize it may not be perfect, and there might need to be some tweaks if the plan doesn't sound right or it requires more than is required, but I think the Transit Department has negotiated in good faith. They have raised those issues, but they understand that the council wanted this done. I think we've passed 3 different amendments in different ways so far to do it, and that other cities are doing it. Seems to me that this is what we need to do, and we need to set that expectation so that it can come back to us, and then we can naysay it. But I don't expect us to say that we don't think we'll get it right, because that's our job at the council to set a policy, set a time it has to get done, give the smart people time to figure it out. And if there's something we can't hurdle, let's do that then. I just don't know that we stop this, assuming there will be a hurdle without asking them to work on it. So that's my reason I want to co-sponsor it. Let me go really quickly, Mr. Minicucci, Councilor Grout, then we'll go back to Councilor Lewis and whoever wants to join us.
Mr. President, members of the council, I think I just need to clarify. Item A, the way it changes the language is that one establishes the process that people applying for Sunvan shall self-certify. So that's in place. What this amendment does is that it just changes the language. Originally, the language was to study. I think the question was if the amendment passed, which it did, then you wanted to clarify that you not a study, but you need an implementation plan. If the amendment didn't pass, it was still, okay, we didn't pass the amendment, it's not in there yet, but come back with a way to show us how to show the council how you would implement it. So basically, as it stands now, with item A adopted, or amendment A, it does establish self-certification as the process. This just reestablishes the way you go back to kind of clarify the language that the study would be actually no to come back with an implementation plan. As the Councilor Pena pointed out, Transit originally was going to come back, I think what they said was to kind of show us how it wouldn't work, but I think what they were saying, whether this amendment passed or not, we wanted you to come back and show us a way forward. That was the purpose of the implementation plan.
I'll go to Councilor Grout, and then we'll come back around again.
Mr. President, thank you. A couple of questions. I'm still really concerned about the self-attesting. People that typically, I would think, need these services probably often go to the doctor, and I don't know why it's so hard to get a doctor's note to help clarify any of these issues and eliminate those folks that perhaps don't really need to use that Sunvan. So I am concerned about that. The other thing that I am concerned about is going back to security on the bus, and I wanted to ask Ms. Keefe on whether making Metro security officers sworn peace officers increases the city's liability in any way.
Could I, I'm sorry, just to interrupt, Councilor, I think that's an important question, and certainly want to give you the latitude to do that. I know that's a topic of a future amendment, a series of amendments on security, but we do want to keep it germane to the topic at hand, which right now is self-certification. Would you be okay if we hold that until we get there, or would you like to include that here?
No, that's fine.
Sorry, my apologies. I want to be sure we keep this on track here.
Hold that.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I guess I was just going to respond to what you were saying. Then Mr. Minicucci just clarified that it is policy. I mean, the First Amendment was, it didn't create a study or a come back with an implementation plan and then we'll look at it. I mean, I believe this clearly, and then the Second Amendment does the same thing. I believe the administration was characterized that wrong as well. But that actually created the policy. So this is a policy statement in these amendments that this council's making. The fact that you gave them a little more time to come back with a study doesn't mean that it's that it's not policy, that we're just going to look at it. I mean, this is a policy, and for that reason, I'm opposed to this. I think I mean, it's exactly what we did with this entire bill. I mean, we took it from a policy of a pass system when we turned that into a study. It's not an implementation plan, and so of a pass system, it's a study. So I would be open to, if this truly was, hey, take a look at this and see what the implications would be. Give it to the Office of Inclusion and Equity to make sure it's not treating anybody unfairly like we do in the other amendments. But not the policy of this council to just to declare that you can, self-serve and you can, be a part of our, you could take advantage of a service that we provide, which is specifically for people that need it, and I want to make sure that people that really need it, are given that service. And so, but I think the administration misunderstood that First Amendment too. But if this bill passes as amended, that's the policy of this council, of the city.
Thank you. Thank you, councilors. Any other comments? If not, we're going to return to the sponsor to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, so with the First Amendment that passed, that says that we're gonna have a process of self-certification. When we met with them, with the administration on Friday, it was very clear that their intention was not to come back with a study that provided a means on how to do the self-certification. They came back saying that the self-certification, the study, would show some of the obstacles that they have in terms of the self-certification. There are other cities that provide for self-certification. And really, I mean, if you see people who ride the Sun Van, you or I aren't going to be able to just go in and self-certify. I think this is it's really liberating. And, unfortunately, we don't hear from a lot of people from the disabled community. This young man who was speaking earlier about giving them the freedom to be able to do more things. This is what this is going to do. I was very proud of the fact that us as a council moving forward and really being able to create change. I know we were talking about security and we were talking about the free fares, but really giving people an opportunity. If you knew or if you know of someone has the challenges of riding Sun Van currently, and the process that they have to endure in order just to ride the Sun Van for one ride a day, it's very challenging. And hearing all the advocates and everybody speaking in terms of really addressing the most vulnerable populations, this is the most vulnerable population that we have in our community. And I've heard people say, "Wow, now they're going to ride the Sun Van twice." I mean, there's a process, there's a wait time, and I don't know exactly what it off the top of my head what it is, but you have a window. So you get up in the morning and you have a doctor's appointment. You have a window of like a half an hour, 45 minutes that you have to wait for that Sun Van to come pick you up. When that Sun Van picks you up, they can, in the process, take you to other stops while they're picking up other people before they get you to your appointment. So you have to know that when your time for your doctor's appointment, you have to actually be there in advance, because then if you're late to a doctor's appointment, doctors, they'll make you reschedule, right? So then when you're done with your appointment, you actually have to give yourself leeway, because you have to allow for that half hour or whatever it is, they'll say what it is, before your, after your doctor's appointment. So you have to actually wait and wait and wait and wait. And so when your doctor's appointment is over, you give that leeway. But because if the Sun Van comes while you still haven't left your doctor's appointment, they're gone. And then you have to call and get it. I have been with someone who I used to care for, walking them to try to find a bus and trying to find where there was sidewalk to get them to a bus to get them back home. It's very challenging. So, to know that people can then now say, hey, yes, ridership is going to be up. It is going to be a challenge for the Sun Van department. Not because people are going to be abusing the system, but because people are going to be able to say, hey, I want to go to my doctor's appointment, but hopefully I can actually then fill in a time to go pick up my prescription. So I think it's important, and, I was really, disappointed that, we were told specifically, there was lots of people in the meeting, that the study was going to be to come back to say that it was going to be challenging. And I didn't appreciate that. So I did say that we needed an implementation plan. And this doesn't mean it's an effective date of when we're going to do it. It's going to be an effective date of when the implementation plan comes to us, and then we'll put it into effect. We already said that we're going to self-certify. So then, and if there is something that needs to be changed along with that, Counselor, is that we can defer it and wait and make those adjustments to make sure that it is going to work for everyone. So with that, I would urge your support.
Thank you, ma'am. Will the clerk call the roll on amendment number 2?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones, Counselor Lewis,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. It's a
Passes
6-3.
on a 6-4 vote.
Thank you. Thank you, councilors. That matter passes. And that's 2 out of 9. Here we go. All right, on a roll. Item C is going to be also Councilor Pena, Feeblecorn, and Davis. Councilor Pena, are you going to carry this one as well?
Your name is first? So I was told.
You're first on my list. Look.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, is this it?
This is
it a
this is
different
your
one?
cleanliness. I think this is yours.
Do I have?
Item
Oh, I
C.
sure do.
I'm sorry.
I sure do. I'm sorry.
Tactical plan.
Okay, on page 9, after line 30, insert the following. The tactical plan shall review quickly implementable ways and means to improve the cleanliness, lighting, state of repair, and overall appearance of the transit department, rolling stock bus stops, bus shelters, and stations, so as to provide an attractive venue that encourages the legitimate and law-abiding use of the department's facilities and equipment. And the explanation of this is it adds in a component to improve the appearance of bus stops and transit facilities to enhance security.
And a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Pena, do you want to explain or anything further, or self-explanatory, I think? But any other councilors, any questions on amendment number 3, Councilor Lewis, and then the administration?
So is this a study or is this an implementation plan? Seriously, man, we have so much money that this department has. We've funded you guys with so much money. And are we gonna make these stops cleaner, the buses cleaner, or are we gonna just study?
Mr. Real, is that you or the director?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, obviously, we attempt on a day-to-day basis to make these stops as clean as possible. And of course, with a tactical plan, my assumption will be is that we will probably come back to the council with additional requests for staff and equipment to ensure that we are getting to these stations in a faster, if you will, timeframe. We have, and I think the director can describe to you how many crews we have today and how challenging that is on a day-to-day basis. Right now, solid waste, for example, takes care of all of the corridor and the art corridor as part of keeping the art stations going. We have asked DMD and other departments that whenever any of their employees are out in the corridors, if they see trash cans that are full, pick them up. Sort of the idea that all of the departments are part of the work around all these issues. So these are very challenging issues for us to work through, and I don't want to predetermine the tactical plan, but we will present something to the council.
Mr. President, I have a friendly amendment. I'd like to strike the word review. I try, change implementable to implement. I think that's a start from turning it from a study to an implementable plan.
So, Councilor, would you read that first sentence just to be sure we get what you mean?
So rather than saying the tactical plan shall review quickly implementable ways, it'll say the tactical plan shall quickly implement ways and means to improve the cleanliness, lighting, state of repair, and I'd love to say and do it, but that's a start.
Right. So staff captured the recommended friendly amendment. Does the sponsor consider it friendly?
So that'll make it the policy of the city that we want to clean these stops up.
Does the sponsor consider that friendly? Okay. So that'll be the new language. Back on discussion. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I don't want to turn this into a budget conversation, but I'm about to.
You're about to.
So just when we're talking about how there's a collective effort in the city departments to pick up trash cans and do that, I think that's great. That's how humanity should be. We should all work together to try and pitch in. But while we're also looking at the budget, If we're going to increase the request for staff, and this is just a blanket statement for everything, and I've said it before, but since I had the opportunity, I'm going to say it again. If we're going to ask for more staff, let's keep it realistic on if we think we can staff it. And if there's a whole bunch of already existing vacancies, let's not say, okay, now we need 20 more on top of the 30 vacancies or whatnot. But at the same time, I also would like to request, please, that in the budget process, there is an evaluation of really if this collective effort is working and if that's good. And I'm not asking for a study, just so that you know, I'm not like, just please evaluate it when you're proposing the budget to us, that is this collective effort working amongst these other departments, utilizing their funding source that has been allocated to them, or do we need to collectively adjust the budget in those appropriate departments rather than just say, okay, transit needs more? Because if we're going to give transit more, then I expect transit to do more. But if the other departments are going to continue being a participant in some of this, then let's respect that and let's make sure to balance that out. And hopefully that made sense and wasn't totally convoluted.
Mr. Rael nodded his head.
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, we will certainly take your words to heart, but I would just simply say that, look, this is going to be a really challenging budget year, even in and of itself, just given what we're experiencing. So I trust that we will probably have a combination of departments working together and potentially additional resources at a minimal level to help transit deal with these issues. But I think I can ask our department head, and she'll tell you, how many transit stops do we have?
Director Keener, briefly. A lot.
Currently, and to talk a little bit about our vacancies for bus stop maintainers. I think the last time that I spoke with you all, we only had about 4 bus stop maintainers at the time on a total of 11 positions. So currently I can report back that we do have 8 of those positions now filled. We did just have a posting close, and we are very hopeful that we'll have all 11 of those filled by the end of the month. In addition, we've gotten a couple of gently used vehicles to help supplement those additional employees as well. So I hope to see a little bit of a dent in the cleanliness of the stops, and that has been a focus. I agree wholeheartedly that the cleanliness of the transit system has a lot of improvement, and I can guarantee you that my staff has been very focused on that.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you for that update, because I think I asked that question at the last meeting. It's still a little, you weren't the director at the time, so this isn't directed at you, but you know, at the time I think we were told, and I don't recall the number of transit bus stop cleaners. I think it was like 6, and then we added through an amendment that I had put in, supported by the council, added 3 FTEs to that, which was going to bring it to a total, I want to say, of 9. Somebody's looking for it now. So at the time, that was the information that we were given, and those 3 were going to be focused on Central. So now to hear kind of that you've only had 4, I don't know what, talking about budget, as Councilor Bassan was saying, I don't know what the budget item is for that, but it's as though just those 3 FTEs were paying for all the bus stop cleaners. So it's just real, I mean, you know, you weren't the director at the time, so, you know, we just really have to focus on hiring, you know, folks. I know a lot of people looking for a job, so I'm going to send them to you, but, you know, it just seems as though we really, you know, this is paramount, right? When we're talking about safety, I think this is one of the first and foremost things that we talk about and concerned about actually adding security officers on our buses and looking at where, you know, myself and Councilor Lewis, you know, we're at the bus stops, been there before, my husband rides, you know, they're pretty bad. And just if you're just riding, you feel unsafe just based on that, and not necessarily on any of the other, not only on other issues that may be around you. So thank you, Director.
Thanks. Councilors, other comments or questions on this item number 3? Seeing none, would you please call the roll? Or Councilor Sanchez.
I just had a question for Madam Director. How many bus stops are these 4 maintenance crews able to clean in a day?
Council President, Councilor Sanchez, again, so we have 8 total bus stop maintainers right now. As far as how many that they're hitting in a day, I don't have that number for you off the top of my head, but I can get that back to you.
The only reason I ask that is because it'd take quite a while to get around 2,807 bus stops.
Council President, Councilor Sanchez, yes, that's correct. In some parts of the city, the bus stops, we just don't have as many issues with, so they don't require us hitting them quite as often. So on a weekly basis, there's some places that we can manage, not have the trash cans full and not have a lot of issues. It is some corridors like Central obviously has a lot of ridership, so there's a lot of use there where we spend a lot more time and going through and cleaning up those areas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thanks. Counselor, seeing no other discussion, will the clerk call the roll for floor amendment number 3?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Pena. The friendly technical, whatever we're calling it, amendments from Counselor Lewis, yes. Counselors, next up is item D, which we'll call floor amendment number 4 by myself, Counselor Feeblecorn and Pena. There's a pattern here, but they're all in different orders. On page 3, line 8, delete lines 8 and 15, and also delete 22 through 27 and renumber. The reasons for these changes, I'll explain. Basically, this deletes the whereas clauses pertaining to the zero fare for art and Sunvan, which are going to be addressed in a standalone ordinance. It deletes the section 1 from the third floor substitute and replaces it with a standalone ordinance, which is going to be ordinance 71, that permanently designates ART and the Sunvan as zero fare. It allows for that designation to be deferred while the fare equity analysis, which is required by the FTA, which we've all learned way too much about in the last few months, is completed without delaying the adoption of the remaining provisions, such as the certification, security, and others in this bill. So first, do I have a second? Councilor Feeblecorn, thank you. For those following along confused at home, we are not stopping zero fare before I get 300 emails. We have a standalone bill to make that permanent, but we're doing it in a timeline that allows for the completion of the required federal study so that we don't delay the security, self-certification, and other provisions that are imported in this bill. So as Councilor Lewis said, there's a lot of transit in here, and we're passing the ones we're ready for today and going to set the next up for another bill as soon as that study is back. So that is the point, and I apologize for the explanation, but I don't want folks to be confused when these amendments aren't really available to the public as often and as well. So questions on floor amendment number 4? Seeing none, and any from the administration. If there are none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It's passed unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, next up is item E in your packet, which will be number 5, floor 5. This is the first of our amendments relating to security. And so let me read this in. It's sponsored by myself, Councilor Feeblecorn and Pena again. There's actually a revised version that, thank you. Michelle. Wait till everybody gets that. I think, Michelle, would you be sure Diane gets one of those? The administration gets really anxious when we pass things out at the last minute and they don't get one. All right, including Mr. Minicucci. Floor amendment number 5, on page, I'm not gonna read all this. On page 4, line 23, essentially this directs the administration to develop and transmit to the council within 60 days, another deadline to do a thing, to plan to formalize the mission, responsibilities, and authority of the Metro Security Division. It includes, but not limited to, the authority to issue citations, issue criminal trespass notice, and appropriately enforce city policies, rules, and regulations. It also includes, the plan will include a timeline for negotiation, training, and implementation that includes the suggested language for any, or required any suggested language for updates to the Code of Ordinances. Here's what this does, and then Councilor Grout has the first comment because she started on this a minute ago and we discussed it a little bit during Q&A. So as we mentioned earlier, well, first let me say this. So I'll move floor amendment number 5 if there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Thank you. Here's what we're trying to get at. Security is really the catalyst for this bill, as Councilor Lewis and Councilor Pena started it, as we brought some other pieces. What we've sort of come to is we really want to be sure that the folks responsible for helping our riders create a safe environment have as many tools as we can provide them to do that, with the enforcement ability that the folks who are, for the bad guys know that when they're not following the rules, there's going to be somebody there to help them, enforce them, to create that standard. One of the concerns was, well, how do we know if somebody's banned from the bus? How do we know what do we do? Can they write a citation for violating these ordinances that exist? And currently, the security officers who work on our buses don't have that authority, as we heard earlier. This is directing the administration to figure out a way to make that happen so that they are not simply note takers or observers, but really have the next level of authority to be able to issue basic citations like our parking enforcement officers or others. And we realize that comes with extra training and extra provisions that need to be addressed. But this is a policy direction of the council, assuming it passes, that puts in place a security infrastructure with personnel able to enforce all the things that we think are important. So that's kind of my long drawn out piece. But Councilor Grout, you started a question earlier for the director, and I know Mr. Rogers, the Deputy Director at GSD for Security, is here as well. And so I'll let you get started and then we'll take other councilors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, Ms. Keefe, what is your opinion on making Metro security officers sworn peace officers? Will that increase the city's liability in any way?
Council President, Councilor Grout, thank you for the question. But I do want to clarify, I don't read the current version of the ordinance to make Metro Security sworn officers.
Okay.
It attempts to define them as peace officers, but I don't think that's the same.
Okay.
I think my concern is that I'm not quite sure what it does. I'm not sure what classifying them as peace officers, what that implication is. There are various state statutes that use the term peace officer. I think it would be unclear whether those state statutes would now apply to our Metro Security Division or not. I think that's something that we would have to figure out. As an example, under state statute, peace officers are required to carry body cameras. Would Metro Security officers be required to carry body cameras? There are employer requirements for peace officers under state statute. Would those have now applied to Metro Security as well as to APD? So I think there are a lot of unanswered questions, but I don't know if it makes them sworn officers in the sense that they need to go to the law enforcement academy, that needs that kind of.
And for point of clarification, if I could ask the counselor, I think the original peace officer definition that was in the floor substitute has been replaced by this language that uses the current city ordinances, we believe, to allow them to issue citations and trespass notices, but doesn't use the peace officer language that may trigger some of those. So it's designed to avoid some of those concerns, and we'd like to know the plan to open it up if we open it up to others.
And that is my understanding of the proposed amendment. It would eliminate that peace officer language and instead look at ways to allow Metro Security to issue citations without classifying them as peace officers.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does that sufficiently answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Have we talked to the Metro Security and the security guards that we have on the buses? What are their thoughts on all of this?
I believe that Mr. Rial or Mr. Rogers can address that.
Thank you.
Mr. President and Councilor, first I'll have Mr. Rogers talk a little bit about, sounds like Mr. Rogers, to talk about how well we feel about this. But more importantly, I think it's at any point, I think just to be clear, anytime we have security, police, any interactions, especially on this scenario, there's always a chance of a liability issue occurring. So I just want to make sure that you feel that, to answer your question, sure, there might be some liability issues. There always are in these instances, simply whether they're giving out citations or just doing their work on a day-to-day basis. But, so I just wanted to make sure you got that answer to that question. But Mr. Rogers here can tell you a little bit about what conversations he's had with staff.
Okay.
Deputy Director.
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, no, we have not spoken with them. We didn't have a whole lot of specifics, so we were kind of holding that in reserve.
Thank you. We should probably be talking to some of those folks and see what they think about what they're going to be doing. I'm afraid. We've received a few phone or emails from folks that are concerned about it. And that's why I raised the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor, other questions for the moment? Councilors, other questions? Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little concerned about this amendment. And I mean, I'm a former law enforcement officer, and I see a lot of liability issues, just as Mr. Rael brought up. You know, you have different levels of security, as you mentioned earlier. Level 1, just a security guard. Level 2 is armed but not with a gun. Level 3 actually has a firearm. So you actually have, actually are implementing use of force in this scenario. And what is the training scenario? Are these individuals going to a law enforcement academy? Does the LEA board agree with what's going on? Will they certify these individuals as officers? Do they have to take the state certification test? All these things are going to be coming in really quickly on the liability side in reference to what we're dealing with. If we're going to actually have individuals wearing a uniform, wearing a badge of office, and carrying a gun, carrying just mace, or just being a security guard with a uniform on. What if an individual is mistaken for somebody who usually wears it? And then all of a sudden, you're put in a situation where you should have had deadly force, and you should have been able to use that force, and you don't. Then you're going to be in a situation where it's a massive life, and somebody else loses their life because you have the 3 stages of security guard. So I'm really concerned that this hasn't been thought through enough to even vote on it. It's just, there's still a lot of things in my mind that need to be sorted out before we start giving these individuals police powers. And if we're asking them to fill out citations and issue citations, then I'll tell you right now, as a law enforcement officer, the first thing that's going to happen is when somebody's going to be issued a citation, and you're going to ask them, what's your name? And they're going to say, who are you? And then they're not going to give the name. Then what? Okay, then the next stage of the whole situation is you give them a direct order to comply, to get off the bus or stop fighting, or how are you going to deal with that? Because at that point, you're going to be involved in a use of force situation. And if somebody gets hurt, based on the self-induced jeopardy that I'm seeing we might get into, massive liability. So I think this has not been thought thoroughly through. I think we're going to put, just like Councilor Grout was referring to, is I'm just worried that the Metro security officers are going to be putting themselves in self-induced jeopardy and be in a position where if they're not fully trained, we might have some issues that could jeopardize their careers, jeopardize someone else's life, and maybe even the bus drivers. We're talking about a bus that's loaded with people. If an incident happens within this bus as it's moving, and I mean, many people could get injured, many people could get killed. So we need to really, really, really figure out what we're doing here before we move forward on something like this, just based on my experience.
Counselor, if I can respond and say, I understand you, and my equal concern is that I'm going to point out and embarrass the officers that are here, but at one point when we had city security, they drove around little pickup trucks and had light blue shirts that were distinguishable from APD. Now they're in full blues, just like our police officers. They're wearing duty belts with mace, with handcuffs, with radios. The only distinction that I can tell from a distance is that they don't have a firearm, and that's not easily distinguishable. My concern is that by combining all of our security forces that used to be in our facilities, facility security, putting them together, giving them a uniform that resembles the police department, dispatching them into the public, into the wild of the city, with no enforcement power at all, I am equally worried that they are on those buses with the doors closed and something's happening and there's a busload of good people looking to them to do something, and the best they can do is say, please stop, because they can't intervene. They have no authority to make somebody do anything. We are putting our security officers at risk and giving them zero ability to enforce the rule. They have no more power, no offense, than Mr. Minicucci does sitting right there to tell somebody to get off the bus just because they're present. But we give them the appearance of that, and there is an option for them in the law to have that ability that the mayor can prescribe for them to enforce our ordinances. This provides that we do that. Otherwise, I think we make them, and I see our director here, I think we turn them into community safety officers, stick them on the bus as aides, and have them helping people figure out how to get to and from different places, but we should not pretend they're security, because they're not. They don't have the ability to enforce their own rule, and we're sticking them out there by themselves. We are dispatching them to disturbances where someone is not listening to a bus driver, and we heard our director and our security officer say the private security officer can't get someone to listen, so they call the city security officer, who has no more power. What good is that going to do?
Do we have in place a internal affairs unit? Do we have in place, I mean, you're looking at the police department who's gone through years of working their hiring standards, years of reform, going back and forth with how they're supposed to address these situations. And you're going to have public that are going to be pretty upset. And then what happens when you get a security officer who makes a decision, and that decision is a decision where it actually hurts someone, or someone is hurt because of their decision? You know, that's something we need to really, really think about is, you know, what will the SOPs say? What will the, you know, what will the judge say? What will the individuals say that litigate this when we're actually calling them peace officers? Where are they supposed to be? If there was, are we going to arm them with body cameras? I mean, I'm thinking we need to probably readjust the situation so that we can know exactly what their role will be. We don't want to make sure and send officers out there. The officers have enough, the police officers already have enough issues dealing with these same scenarios day in and day out in reference to use of force situations. So how are we going to train these individuals so that they can do their job in a manner that will help us move forward? You know, we might as well just line everybody up and put them and send them to the academy and bring them back out and have the same kind of training as our law enforcement officers do. But then, if they're already trained, we need to put them out on the streets. And then maybe we have more officers. Pay them what the officer's salary is. It's just really, really concerning that we have that, you know, that we're gonna go down this path after trying to deal with years of reform on the Albuquerque Police Department.
And Counselor, I want to recognize myself and respond, and then we do need to extend the meeting unless we all just want to all go home and give up on this, which may be an option. I understand and I agree with you. I think that's why this replaces the peace officer language to eliminate the concern or the implication that they would be state certified. But this language specifically directs the administration to develop all the things that you've asked about, because I don't think it's the job of the city council to create the SOP for training, to determine what type of court procedures are required, training is required, what type of citation is required. But what I do know is that currently, and we've been through this, Mr. Real and I had a good conversation Friday. We both remember, I've now been here long enough to say I'm old enough to remember when the first time some of our security officers had a little more leadway and not enough training, in my opinion. And I think in some of the union's opinion as well, we had some really scary encounters really quickly. And so we kind of pulled back from that and said, well, we're not going to let them do that anymore. But I think the right answer was we need to get the right answers together. We have a good model from the APD process, but what I think this says is go do that. Go tell us what all those answers are, but do it in 60 days, just like the implementation plan we dealt with earlier, so that you, I, and others can pick it apart and be sure that we feel comfortable with it. But if we don't do this, I think we are in danger of sending our city employees out to continue to put themselves in danger without the ability, when folks know they don't have any power. So if we decide they need to do something, we better give them the training, and this is a vessel, in my opinion, to move them down in that regard. That said, let me make a very quick motion to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock, which is about 35 minutes or 30 minutes after our normal end time. There's usually a second. Okay, that is a check-in. Takes a delay. All those in favor are Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
And Counselor, I'm sorry, I think I appreciate the debate, but I feel like I'm going to cut you off. I want to go back to you if you have other questions here, or if we go to other counselors.
No, I think I've made my point pretty clear.
Counselors, other questions on this amendment before we go to the administration, who I know has thoughts? Mr. Lewis.
I don't really agree with Section 5, I think, but I think really what this amendment does, we're just making it a study, really, right? That's what we're doing. We're studying it. Section 5 was an implemented plan, whether you agree with it or not, but this amendment turns that into a review and study and to come back with us on it. So.
Councilor Lewis, that's the way I read it, is that we're saying we want to make sure security has some security authority, and we want them to bring us back a plan for how to do that.
Right.
You're correct. Anything else from the administration on this one in particular? Mr. Lightral says no. Going once, twice, Ms. Hinojosa. Amendment number 5.
Yes. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. Next up is this F, which is going to be data gathering, is that correct? Great. So that's 6, floor amendment number 6, by myself, Counselor Pena, Counselor Feeblecorn. I'm sorry. There. I think we did E. E was a part of that. That was in E as well. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, let me catch up here with our other folks. Okay. So we're back on F, which is number 6. Okay. So this is on page 10, line 5, delete 3rd, replace with 4th, et cetera, et cetera. The Metro Security Division asked to move back the initiation of data gathering from June 30th to December 30th. According to the division, they do not have adequate data tracking capacity we heard about and we're implementing, and the department's working on with GSD in the process of building that capacity, enable them to create a functional and accurate security incident tracking process. And a second from Councilor Grout. Any questions or comments? Other than the department probably wants more money to do it. We'll work on that in budget. Great. All those in favor, or Ms. sorry, I'm going to keep doing that Forget Counselor Bentonstein.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselors, item 7, item G is number 7. Counselor Feeblecorn, Pena, and Davis, Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I will move amendment number 7, and that is on page 7, line 20, after the word department, insert the Office of Equity and Inclusion. On page 8, after line 19, insert the tactical plan shall undergo an analysis by the Office of Equity and Inclusion to determine if the plan will adversely impact or target persons unfairly. On page 8, line 25, after the word services, insert Office of Equity and Inclusion. On page 9, after line 30, insert the plan shall include a robust public outreach process to all impacted stakeholders, especially the transit-dependent, regular transit users, employees of the transit system, and persons with businesses or residents nearby or abutting bus stops and stations. And the plan shall undergo an analysis by the Office of Equity and Inclusion to determine if the plan will adversely impact or target persons unfairly. And then on page 9, line 32, delete May 1st, 2023, and replace with March 1st, 2024. These are all to just make sure that we are including public outreach or public input into the long-term plan, and making sure that there is a review by the Office of Equity and Inclusion to make sure that that the implementation plans that are developed do not unfairly, affect some folks more than others.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any question on floor amendment number 7? Anything from the administration? I think not. Will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselors, item H, Counselor Feeblecorn, item floor amendment number 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move at number 8 on page 2, line 6, after the word incidents, delete the following security incidents. On page 3, line 31, delete the words only to increase and replace with to fund. And on page 3, line 32, delete the word any. And on page 4, delete line 1 and replace with general fund revenues and any fair revenues. On page 11, line 13, delete the words in sections 9, 10, 11, and 12 of. And on page 11, line 15, renumber the sections to follow in numerical order. And this is, I'm going to turn it over to Minister Minicucci, I believe, but this is really just clean up grammatical language that we found in the original that we were trying to make perfect for this final version.
Mr. Minicucci, anything different? He nods his head. That's great. Counselors, other questions, comments? Mr. Real, you have your microphone in your hand.
Mr. President, I guess I would just say to the council, and I suspect that this bill, this amendment will pass, but whenever we cite a specific group of people in the departments and eliminate, and not cite others, it creates a challenge operationally. So here we have a conversation about transit vehicle operators, and we're not talking about security folks that we spent most of the evening talking about as well. And I would just say that, look, we're in union negotiations, and all of these representative groups. I get what the council's interest is as it relates to ensuring that we give the right compensation for employees. But whenever we pass legislation that specifically cites one group, I think it sets a bad policy perspective for the city. So with that being said, that is my only comment.
Counselors, other questions, or Counselor Bassan, and then back to the sponsor.
Mr. President, I do think this is very specific, although I understand the intent, but I have been guilty of seeing the unintended consequences of having something be very specific in the budget and then needing to have it switched over for something very similar. Mr. Rael, would you be able to give an example of, with our known intention, like how you stated with transit vehicle operators, what would be another person or employee that might be able to use this funding without it being too specific?
Mr. President, I think maybe the intent might be is just, might be better served for the city if it's just for the transit department and just left it at that level, recognizing this is your interest and your concern. It feels like at some point, we're going to move to probably to a transit dedicated security group. I don't want to prejudge what we're going to do in terms of the tactical plan that's supposed to be done, but I can see the writing on the wall. So they're going to be part of that group, and I would prefer if we had something a little bit more broad than just simply just the vehicle operators. Look, and I know totally that these are the folks that are on the front lines, and they certainly deserve the compensation that they need to do their jobs. But keep in mind, people that clean bus stops are also confronted with lots of folks on the street having to move people out of a bus stop because they're trying to clean it and they won't leave. Or you have security guards who are obviously going to be doing some of this work. So I do think it would be a much better, send the right message that we're talking about the department and its operations and not necessarily one specific group.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rael, is there some language that, oh, okay. Is there some language that could work that, what I want to make sure that we're doing is making sure that these funds go to the folks working in the transit department. I don't necessarily want to see it go into administration or non-managerial positions, because that's not what we need. We need folks that are working in the buses. And so if you have some language that you would suggest on that, I'd be open to that. But again, I don't want it to go for, management and administration.
Let me, if you give me a second, let me consult with our director and see how that might be. It may be just transit operations and not, and then know that specifically we're excluding the management of the organization.
Thank you.
My apologies, Councilor Bassan, if we cut you off. I was going back to the sponsor to see if she liked your language, and it sounds like she does. So,
Okay, no, Mr. President, with what Mr. Rael was saying, I think that if we're going to start reading tea leaves to make legislation, I'll wait until the tea leaves have been read, and then we can come back and do all of the fancy amendments that we've been talking about that we'll probably eventually come back to do once the tactical plans and the plans of the studies and the reviews have all been proposed and presented to the council.
Mr. President.
Hey, Councilor Lewis, and
This
then
is
Mr.
a
Rael.
cleanup amendment. Why don't we just, everywhere that's mentioned, transit vehicle operator salaries, and just change it to transit operation salaries?
Mr. Rael, you had something similar, I think.
Mr. President, that was my recommendation. Simply that gives the department just for the operations of paratransit, transit, and maintenance and security. So that falls under the umbrella of operations.
So I'll ask our clerk staff just to be sure we capture what we need there. Thank you, Councilor Lewis, you're right.
Mr. President, we're looking at the amendment right now and seeing what would be required to do that, and we should be able to report to you in just a few minutes.
Sure. Would you prefer I hate to table and untable, you want to just take 2 minutes to do it, or should we table and let Mr. Minicucci work through this while we move on to the others?
Sounds like we're ready.
What's that? Okay, we'll see how quick he is. That's great.
Mr. President, members of the council, so on page 3, line 29, at the end of the sentence, it says motor coach operators and paratransit operators, excuse me, we're scrolling around to page 30, that would be to a strategy for transit operations. And then the second one would be on page 3, line 31, at the end of the sentence, transit motor coach, at the beginning of the sentence of line 32, and paratransit operators, that would be transit operations salaries. And then, and I believe that would provide the amendment you're seeking.
Mr. President, I think the only thing I would say, Mr. Minicucci, if we could also just put comma maintenance and security on those, so that we have transit chauffeurs, if you will, paratransit operators, and then maintenance and security, which, to Councilor Lewis's point, falls under operations. But I get you want to be a little more specific. That works for us.
Great. Great. All right. I just want to give staff time to just catch up so we don't forget tomorrow.
So, Mr. President, members of council, so that would just basically, it'd be create the laundry list Mr. Real is referring to. The motor coach and paratransit operators, transit operations, security, and maintenance personnel. And that would be, again, both put on line 29 and beginning of line 30, and then end of line 31 and beginning of line 32.
So would the lead sponsor is okay with that as a sponsor's amendment or just a technical change?
I approve of the change to the amendment, yes, and I believe our other sponsors do as well. So.
Yeah. Do we need a new amendment for that, or can we include that here? I think we don't need an amendment to the amendment for that, do we? Everybody's good? Okay.
Mr. President, I think as long as the sponsors are okay with it, and you can change the motion at this time, which you've got acquiescence to that, we've noted it, and it'll be in the version we submit to the clerk for finality.
Sorry, it's always late, so I want to be sure we don't have to come back and do this in 2 weeks again. All right, other questions, and thank you for everybody contributing there. Other questions on amendment number 8? Seeing none.
I just want to say
sorry.
thank you, Councilor Feeblehorn. I was just going to say right before, you beat me to it that time.
Nice job. All right, will the clerk call the roll of floor amendment number 8?
Mr. President, can you remind me who was the second on this? I didn't record a second.
Councilor Pena or myself, whoever you'd like.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Feeblehorn, number 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 9. On page 11, after line 10, insert the following. Expenditures from these funds for personnel, training, or equipment shall only be to fund City of Albuquerque employee positions and to purchase training managed by the City of Albuquerque and equipment that will be owned by the City of Albuquerque. Number 2, on page 11, lines 11 and 12, delete 250 and replace with 500. The reasons for this, we want to make sure that the money that we're allocating for this increased transit security is actually going to city staff and all the activities that are needed around increasing our actual security on the buses. And the administration did ask that we bump the 250 to 500 to make sure that they had enough to develop all the plans and the studies that are outlined in this really long bill.
And I'll second that. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I just think there's a clerk's correction that's needed. It says personal in both the paragraph 1 and in the explanation, and I think it needs to be personnel.
Great. Got that one. All right. Thanks. You're always good for that. Councilors, other questions, other comments, and anything from the administration?
Mr. President, it's never good to be personal.
It's late, but now Councilor Bassan's going to do something else. Yeah.
Mr. President, I do have one more question. Where's this extra $250,000 coming from? General fund, where there's
It was the
money
administration's
waiting
request. I'm sure they know.
to be moved?
Mr. President.
Probably the
and
enterprise.
Councilor Bassan, it obviously would be coming from the unappropriated fund reserve of the general fund.
Councilors, other questions? We're good? Just be sure we're all caught up. Ms. Hinojos, number 9.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. We are back on 047 as substituted 3 times and amended 9 or 10, many times. thank you all for working through this. We'll open this back up for comments, but let me just say, this has not been an easy bill to do. As somebody mentioned in one of the interviews or in the newspaper, this is a Frankenstein bill of transit, but it's important. It brings up how important transit is to our city, as far as I can tell, and trying to preserve what we think are the important pieces, setting policy by this council for where we want to go, putting some plans in place, getting some details and data that we don't have, and putting some deadlines to bring that information back so people have faith that we are going to embrace and make our transit system better than it is today. Although it's still, for all its bruises, it's still, for a city our size, a pretty impressive system, and one that can still get better. So thank you, everybody, for working on this. Other counselors, and then we'll go to the other sponsors. Councilor Lewis, and we'll let the sponsors close.
Mr. President, just some closing remarks on this. I think, it seems like that there's a community that's of people that have commented about this, about the bus system, and even tonight we hear comments like ridership is up, crime is down, people are giving up taking their cars for the bus system in Albuquerque. Bus drivers are happy. Everything's clean and safe. And it just seems to be a spin on our bus system right now that I think just couldn't be further from the truth. And so if what this bill does, hopefully, is maybe has caused us to take a good hard look at our system and look at some ways that we can improve it. I mean, that's a step in the right direction, but ridership is clearly not up. It's up from when there was nothing at the during COVID. I mean, the buses were shut down. Nobody was riding the buses. They couldn't. And so, of course, we're up from there, but we're not up in ridership from before COVID. We cannot say that ridership is up and that somehow, the pilot program, caused that. We have very real statistics that show that crime is up on our buses right now, and has been. I don't believe there's anybody in the city that's given up taking their cars to be able to ride this bus system. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's selling their car for the sake of being more environmentally, sensitive and saying, let me go ride the bus. It's not happening. The bus drivers aren't happy. The bus drivers I've talked to aren't happy. Nobody's proud of this bus system. It's not clean. It's not safe. So again, somehow there's this group of people that are coming down to the council and just sharing an entirely different story than reality. And tonight, what this bill, I think with the amendments that we passed tonight, we really, turned most everything into a study. What we didn't turn into a study was self-certifying of the public self-certifies on qualification for Sunvan. That's an implementation plan. We're not doing a study on permanent free fares for art, Sunvan. That's an implementation plan. The equity and inclusion plan is an implementation plan. That's not a study. So those are the three things really that this bill is doing now. Everything else is a study. Again, I just hope that maybe through the process that we've at least seen some of the reality of what's going on in our bus system, and maybe one day it will be a system that people will give up their cars for. Maybe hopefully one day it will be a system that I would actually tell my kids that it's safe to ride on. I can't do that right now. And if I can't do that for my own family, I certainly can't tell the rest of the city that, hey, our bus system is safe. I don't think that'd be responsible of me to be able to do that. So I hope just the discussion and some of the actions we've taken will improve it.
Other counselors, other sponsors. Councilor Pena, any final words?
I am just excited for the Sunvan riders. I just kind of want to reiterate, you can call it the Frankenstein bill or how the sausage is made, but I just want to say that, I really appreciate almost every single counselor on here for all their input and really working to make this bill, 3 separate bills, turning them into one bill with the collaboration and hard work of amendments from even some people that aren't even sponsors on this. Councilor Bassan added, she added so much to the bill. So I really think working together, none of us got everything we really wanted. But I think it's a step in the right direction. And I guess what, to Councilor Lewis's point about, yeah, we really do. We have some issues on our bus system, whether it's cleanliness, whether it's criminal activity, whether it's people's not using the system the way it should be. But I hope that I have hope that this will take us in the right direction. And through all the studies that you mentioned, hopefully they'll once they're implemented, we can start to create more and real long-lasting change. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to reiterate, I think it's a really important thing to mention just how many counselors worked on this bill and worked really hard and in good faith. And I agree, no one got everything they wanted, but it was the first time since I joined council that we all chipped in on a bill. And I think there's something in here from every single person on the dais. So I want to thank everybody for that. And then I just want to remind everybody what we're getting out of this bill, because we've gone through so many reiterations of it and iterations of it. This keeps zero fares in place until the end of the pilot program, which is a huge win for Albuquerque. It also provides better access to our most vulnerable citizens by allowing self-attestation for the Sunvan users. And it provides better security for every single person in Albuquerque who rides the bus. And I'm one of those folks, and I will be a beneficiary of being able to get on the bus and have less concerns about my personal security. So I really like the result of this. I would like a few less studies and a few more implementations, but I think in general, it's a really strong bill that gets us all of those things that we all thought were important. So with that, I urge your support.
Seeing no other comment, unless the administration.
Mr. President and members of the council, my only comment would be, obviously, is as we move through these studies and these plans, et cetera, that we keep an open mind that these will have at some point, some budgetary implications at some level. And look, the administration, the mayor supports the free fare study. We've included that in part of the budget that was approved by this council last May. And so we're excited about continuing to work through the process. I know that these all become very challenging issues for all of us as we try and do what I think you all would like for us to do, and the citizens, is to have a great transit system. And we're going to continue to work on that. But we appreciate you all's support, and we'll see you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Bassan?
No.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you, councilors. Just to cover, I think that's it, right? We're good. There being no other business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your time and attention.